All right, Jack, stand by.
NASA is exploring different SLS architectures, Mars sample return is in limbo, and Starliner is stacked for flight on this week's NSF Live.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, planet.
Water towers fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Fighting down to FD off. Bring in FD off. Off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Look at this!
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Oh, hello. I'm this new time though. This is weird. Like, this is nice. I like it. Chad, what do you guys think about it? Whoa. That camera. Yeah.
I'm an idiot. I should not be muted in vMix now. Chat, can you hear me? Give me a 5x5.
Did he?
Intro while muted. I'm really good at this, I swear.
Nice.
Anyways, I'm Jack for NSF. Joining us this week is our standard cohort of co-hosts, starting off with EJ again. EJ, how are you doing?
I'm doing just fine. I was saying I'm really liking this new start time, but yeah, this is good. It's probably just sitting here talking to myself. I mean, I do that every day. I sit in a room alone and talk to a wall. So, it's kind of par for the course. Anyway, how you doing?
I mean, slightly better than a wall, I suppose. Doing good.
Yeah, no, I like talking to you better than the wall.
Really? That's high praise. Thank
Yeah.
you, EJ. Also joining us this week is good old Sawyer. Sawyer, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing good. At least when you talk to a wall, there's at least a camera and a chat on Twitch that you have. When I talk to the wall, I don't live stream it, so it's kind of just me. But love seeing the 5x5 at 5 Eastern.
Oh,
Indeed.
I like that.
As we continue to explore this format, we did a little bit of a format change. We changed the day. Now we're tweaking the time based on some feedback from y'all. So let us know what you think of the 5 p.m. Eastern start time. I'm kind of into it. I don't know what you guys think, but a little bit earlier, get some more European time zones in there where it's not super insanely late. Although I guess it's still kind of super insanely late. But yeah, I don't know. Constantly trying to figure out what works best for NSF Live. So hopefully y'all like the time switch. But yeah, that was based on community feedback. So keep the feedback coming. We will keep listening. Well, it's been another week of fun, exciting stuff in spaceflight, and some slightly confusing or disconcerting stuff, which I think we'll get into. But I don't know. What do you guys just want to start right off? Anyone have any beef with the week that they want to bring in before we start talking about space stuff?
Dude, I mean, no, I think we should go right into the space stuff. I want to talk about that battery that went through somebody's front porch.
Yeah,
I got beef about that.
Holy
yeah,
cow.
that's not good.
I want to
not
hear.
great, Bob.
I want to. Yeah, not good, Bob. I want to hear what you have to say. So my admittedly limited understanding is something along the lines of, due to various delays with cargo resupply missions, they ended up having an exceptionally large trash disposal, which involved these batteries. So it's like one of, if not the biggest, trash dumps the ISS has done. And yeah, batteries made it all the way to the ground, huh, EJ?
Yeah, so what NASA's doing is okay, let me just bring everybody up to speed. In case you guys didn't know, what happened is that guy was just minding his own business in his house, right? And all of a sudden something came crashing through the roof, Donnie Darko style, right? If you know what I mean, right? So the thing was about the size of like a
fantastic movie. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, right? No, it's good. It's absolutely. It's about the size of a soda can, and we're trying to figure out what it is. And it was actually one of the cells for one of NASA's batteries that was being used on the ISS. Now, why is NASA jettisoning batteries off the ISS? What are you doing? Well, over the last couple of years, NASA has embarked on upgrading the ISS's power systems. So the International Space Station has actually powers at a premium on a space station like that. It turns out when you need to supply the breathing air, you need to supply water, you need to supply communications. That's a big one. Gyroscopic control on the Z1 thrust segment to keep the ISS actually on an even keel, so to speak. I mean, it's not floating in water, but you get the idea. Your power is at a premium up there. So what NASA has been doing over the last couple of years is, the biggest obvious ones are the rollout solar arrays that they've been putting on. But they've also been replacing the batteries as well. The previous batteries were nickel hydride batteries. Those have been up there for a good while on the I think it's the S4 and the P4 truss segments.
Quick question.
Yeah, what's up?
Nickel hydride, are those the ones like back in the day when we were kids, like you have like the little 4 AA looking battery pack things for your RC car, or were those nickel cadmium?
Those are probably NiCad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways,
for NiCads for sure.
Anyways, ignore me.
I don't think they'd let you put nickel hydride batteries in the RC car. Yeah, probably not.
All right, sorry, continue.
No, it's all good. It's all good. And NASA has been upgrading them with lithium ion batteries to complement the rollout solar arrays. They've been doing that over the course of a couple of EVAs over the last like 3 or 4 expeditions over the last 4 years. Now, the solution there's one of the pallets. That pallet actually came off of HTV. But what they've been doing with the old batteries, they've been putting it on a pallet like what's on the screen, and just with the arm, they just let it go, right? It's trash disposal. Yeah, you heard that right. The ISS burns their trash, but not in the way that you might think. They eventually they let the payload go, and then eventually perturbing forces from the atmosphere will have it come down and re-enter, right? And the idea is that everything should be burning up in the atmosphere, but that didn't happen here, right? The ISS has positive traction. No, sorry, something different.
The Utes.
That's something different. So the battery did re-enter, and because you launch from Florida to. Long story short, you launch from Florida to get to the ISS. I mean, you can launch from any of the partner countries' launch sites to get to the ISS, but the ISS orbit does go over Florida, and if you jettison the batteries, they are still in an inclined orbit that's similar to the ISS, so there is the potential for debris to come down over Florida. I mean, obviously NASA's trying to mitigate this. They try to minimize it as much as possible, but this one particular scenario, one of the nickel hydride battery casings made out of Inconel came through the atmosphere. I mean, the pallet completely got obliterated by plasma, but a piece of the battery casing, one of these nickel hydride batteries, came through and actually slammed through somebody's house. I do actually believe that the person was at work, but also, you don't like come home and see a hole in the roof. Now, why are we telling you this? Well, that's not good. That's not a good thing. You don't want, if you say you're operating your space program, right? Everybody here has one of those, right? Say you're operating that, right? If you have the expectation that you're going to jettison this debris to re-enter, you want it to all burn up. You want it to completely burn up. You don't want anything getting down to the surface. But that is not what happened here. So NASA, you got a big problem, right? Because the thing about running a space program, and particularly operations, especially at a space station like that, is understanding what's going on and understanding what's happening with the station and understanding what the operations are, right? So if you jettison this thing with the expectation that it re-enters and it comes back down and it doesn't, something happened that you didn't anticipate, and that's not a good thing. Right. NASA said they would be conducting their own mishap investigation about this, but either way, it's that's not good having debris come down, especially in populated areas. This is more of my opinion now here, but I think that any type of debris that comes down, albeit spent stages, a satellite that could be at end of life, trash from the ISS, a disposable like resupply craft, anything that comes down and reaches the surface is bad. It doesn't matter where it launches from. It doesn't matter how, any type of debris that makes it down that's intended for disposal coming through, especially landing in populated areas, is not a good thing. And NASA, you got to figure out why this happened. Now, don't get me wrong. The cylinder that came through is an Inconel cylinder. Inconel is something that's used a lot. It's a metal alloy that gets used a lot in the aerospace industry. It's known for its high temperature resistance. So rocket engines are made out of Inconel sometimes, right. Or jet engines, for instance, right? Now, the piece that came through is only it's 725 grams, which is nothing. That's not a lot, but still that's something. You don't want to do the old Jebediah Kerman and be like, it's just a small piece. It's fine. Every bit of behavior here needs to be understood, right? Because that thing did something you didn't want to, and you don't want your engineering or operations to deviate from what's intended. Well, and they tried that in the past. It didn't work. It didn't end well. So anyway, that's what's going on, guys. It's not ideal.
You said it's your opinion that it's more that your opinion that it's bad that any debris hits the ground, but I think you're selling yourself short. I think that's just fact, right? Like, you don't want any kind of material making it to the surface, and it's just it's not great. But there are so many. From my understanding, as not a rocket scientist, is that it's incredibly hard to predict exactly where something will actually re-enter, right? Especially when it's on sort of I don't know, is uncontrolled the right word to use? Like, you know that atmospheric forces over time are going to slow it down and it's going to re-enter. But from what I remember reading, they didn't quite know where it was going to re-enter up until like the last orbit or two. And even then it was kind of a guess. Like, it's one of those things where it's not super easy to determine where something like this is going to re-enter. Like, if it re-entered over the ocean, everything would have just gone splash, would have been fine. But just chalking it up to chance, it happened to re-enter over Florida, over a populated area.
Yeah, I think the word you're looking for isn't that it was uncontrolled, it was uncontrollable. And that they kind of just let it go. And again, gravity's going to do its thing, start pulling it down, and then eventually hit the atmosphere, and that's when you hope it doesn't land on a house. It's different from something like, say, Skylab, which that came down, and I mean, poor Australia got littered with pieces of our first space station.
Right.
At one point, I believe there was actually a radio station in Australia that sent a bill to NASA. It's like, hey, you got to pay the bill for littering. But I think that's the big difference there is we've learned, we know roughly that everything should burn up, especially that size, but yeah, that kind of issue of it shouldn't be landing over houses. And I saw someone asking in chat, and it was a really good question, why not aim for Point Nemo? It all comes down to this is when they were able to jettison it and throw out the trash, and they figured it should be fine. What's the worst that could happen?
Right. Which in spaceflight is not always the the best methodology to go about. But like we were talking about, it's not like NASA has never done this with ISS trash. But this time, because HTV was retired and there's no other way to get rid of it, basically there was an extra large chunk of trash, and now we're here. Not the best. I don't know, EJ.
Well,
what would be your reaction if you came home and there's a hole in your roof?
I mean, my initial reaction would be, can I keep this? And then can you fix that? If not, can I keep this? I need this is going in my collection, debris coming down in populated areas is bad. My reaction would not be that would not be great. A couple people in chat were saying the gentleman who owns the house, his son was home. Like, I don't like that. We don't need anybody getting, I was going to say we don't need anybody getting Donnie Darko'd here. You know what I mean? That's not good.
Right.
And I referenced it 2 times in a row.
It's allowed.
I won't reference it again. Don't
No,
worry.
you can. It's a great film. It's a fantastic film. It's like a cultural touchstone of my childhood.
Yeah.
Hey, if I can't repeat puns, he can't repeat movie references.
I'll make that deal.
All right. So I, as the arbiter of everything, I suppose that I just made myself. Sawyer, you're allowed to repeat puns. EJ is therefore allowed to repeat movie references. All is right in the world.
You were so
Chad.
preoccupied whether you could, you didn't stop to think if you should. Damn it.
Chad, if you have any questions, be sure to tag at NASA Spaceflight and ask your question. We do have some good ones coming in. That diabetic kid is saying, like a little bit more than asking, it wasn't a battery cell, it was a piece of hardware used to mount the batteries to the pallet, they said. That's the part that was in canal, because the battery itself wouldn't be in canal, right?
Yeah, I mean it's the casing for the battery cell. Yeah, it's kind of. I mean, the battery tray would probably be a better way to say it, because obviously the batteries aren't made out of Inconel; they're nickel hydride, right? So it's the kind of casing, like, if you have like a Jack, you were talking about like little RC cars. It's the tray, like kind of the mounting thing that holds the battery inside of the RC car. You know what I mean?
Right. Wesley Hale is asking, why would the battery casing be Inconel? That stuff is absurdly expensive and extremely resistant to high temperatures. Do we know why they would use Inconel for a battery casing like that?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know the answer, but you could use some kind of deductive reasoning as to think. So, okay, what's Inconel good at, right? Inconel's good at you can put a lot of heat into it before it becomes a real big problem. Now, okay, so batteries, right? If batteries are under, have a lot of load, right? They're going to get warm, right? They
if they're
will warm up.
exposed to solar radiation for periods of 45 minutes at a time with no convection abilities because they're in a vacuum. Yep. And then also, I imagine the thermal cycling is part of it as well, because you're going from extremely hot, being baked in the sun, to extremely cold to extremely hot, however many times a day.
Exactly. So that's thermal cycling, right? You're going through thermal transients every 45 minutes. It goes from really, really cold. Well, I would say really, really cold, but the vacuum, I get it. The metal itself, the skin temperature of the metal goes from really, really cold to really, really hot, right? There's no heat up there in space. It's just vacuum. So as Jack said, you can't convect anything. There's no way to flux heat through gas, because there is no gas. There's nothing, right? So I would only assume that it's made out of Inconel, right? Because of thermals, because of the thermals from the batteries, right? It could be thermal load from put on the batteries themselves from just being used, or it could be from the sun. Yeah.
Good question. And I see a lot of people hollering that there is Kevin, you are a mind reader, that there is a GSE tank being lifted in Starbase. Look at that. That's not just one of the water tanks. That is one of the actual GSE tanks. You can see the inner tank, which I don't think have been exposed to daylight in I want to say 2 years.
It's a giant Pope hat. Nice, Daniel.
Orbital Tank Farm is continuing to get a little bit of a facelift, which we are going to talk about Starship. And we even have Alex around to talk about Starship with us when we get there. Alex, are you there?
Oh, Lauren.
No,
did you
Alex
really?
is not there.
Really...
Alex is there.
I'm not even ready. I'm not even.
You're muted.
No,
I was going to say you can't come to the phone right now.
Talking while muted.
Discord. Yeah.
I'm muted on the other side, but
there you go.
People can hear me. I am muted myself on the proper channels, essentially. Yeah, I'm here. Hi. I was not even ready to come up on camera here, but yeah. Hi.
Hi.
I don't know. Yeah, a shell. It's lifting. We'll talk about it later. But yeah, there you go. That's the breaking news. Things are being lifted. We'll talk about it in more detail when we get to the starship section.
Thanks, Alex.
Continue with ISS stuff.
Yeah, we have some more questions. Again, chat, if you have any questions about this or any of our topics, feel free to tag NASA Spaceflight, and we'll see your questions pop up in some software. Zap Fan is asking, why not dump it in the Pacific like other trash or satellites? I think that.
I mean, it's a good question, but Sawyer touched base on it. It's ballistic. There's no controllability here.
Right. They literally just
you don't
push
put
it away
thrusters.
from the ISS, right? Like,
Yeah,
be free,
that's all
trash.
they did. So a lot of people don't know that there's still atmospheric perturbing forces up where the ISS is. The ISS is still subject to aerodynamics for a number of different reasons. I mean, but the biggest one is that its orbit, which is about 400 kilometers that way, 400 kilometers straight up, or about 270 miles that way, there is still trace amounts of atmosphere up there. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't go outside the space station and try to take your helmet off. That won't end well. But it is enough to cause a little bit of drag. And that will degrade the ISS's orbit over time. That makes it so you can jettison trash. You can just let the trash go, and eventually it'll burn up.
Right.
But in this particular case, it didn't work very well. The other thing is that, so I know what people are going to say, why keep it in an orbit like that? Well, one, if it's in a lower orbit, it's easier for spacecraft to get to it and have more payload, right? If the ISS was in a higher orbit, your resupply missions wouldn't be able to take as much because of the tyranny of the rocket equation, right?
Right.
In fact, Sawyer, you probably know this. The ISS was actually in a lower orbit until the end of the shuttle program. After the shuttle stopped flying, they boosted it up to where it is now because the shuttles couldn't take usable amount. They couldn't assemble the station in that high of an orbit. Now, because we're moving capsules to it, you can afford to put it in a little higher orbit, but you're still subject to that old initial mass versus final mass. Mash, nice, Sean Connery. Initial mass versus
Never
final
go full
mass.
Connery.
Oh, I will trade secrets, my son.
Oh my gosh.
So you're still subject to your mass fraction, which is initial mass to final mass, right? One ping only.
Nice. Well, yeah, that's why they have to periodically reboost the ISS, right? Is because it is in an orbit where it does experience drag. Even if it's a minuscule amount of drag, it still experiences drag. And of course, there's also the effects of solar radiation and solar wind, which can have an effect on your orbit as well.
And also having to dodge orbital debris, which
That's the part.
things that are jettisoned.
That's the part that's kind of wacky about this trash disposal method to me is, in my head, it's like micrometeoroid debris or any kind of orbital debris is no joke. And to just sort of push something away from the space station and be like, it's fine, it won't come back to us. Like, I know that's how orbital mechanics works. It's going to just get further and further away. It's not going to coincide with the ISS's orbit again. But in my head, in my stupid monkey brain, I'm like, don't like that. Don't especially love that. Like, put it in a Cygnus, put it in an HTV, control that thing as you send it into the atmosphere. But in this case, that just wasn't an option.
I mean, there was a $5 tip from Space Kid right there in the chat. Do they have another way of disposing trash on the ISS? Normally, it'd be put it in HTV or put it in Cygnus, right? But I'm just gonna put this out there. I mean, Sawyer, you know exactly where I'm going with this. We had something that could take all the trash down, right, and not have to worry about it landing in some random spot. Yeah, we had a thing that could do that, and we stopped.
We land on a particular runway per se.
Yeah. A
Sort of
particular
like
shuttle landing facility.
Space transportation system of some kind.
Yeah, we had something
and maybe have a
like that.
payload bay that actually would be large enough to fit this exact piece that they would have had to deorbit back down to Earth.
Yeah, that's weird.
But going back to what you were saying about the other options, I mean, they had the HTV and ATV. You've got Cygnus currently launching on Falcon while they work on Antares 300 series. And the unique thing with that is they will do experiments inside during reentry. Like, they will literally set fires inside of Cygnus during reentry to do experiments on it. But those tend to be more for, I guess, personal belongings, astronaut clothes that are dirty. They don't wash them, they just chuck them. Clothes, any disposed food containers, any, that kind of stuff. I'm sure they throw some spare parts that they don't want in there, but to go all the way out, spacewalk, bring the battery back in, and then load it into one of those craft to burn up, at that point they just say, you know what? Let's just let gravity do its thing.
I mean, yeah, those batteries are in, like we could touch on like ISS stuff here while we're at it. Those batteries are external payloads. So the ISS has, there's two different types of payloads that you can put up to that thing. Like, I mean, it's a little more complicated than that, but there's external payloads and then there's internal payloads. Now, some internal payloads, so the rack system that they use in the US on the USOS side of the station, those are designed to be brought up in spacecraft, like inside. You can move them around inside the space station. In fact, the CBM, those square passageways that they have that you see in the background for the ISS that say port, starboard, fore, aft, zenith, nadir, right? The scientific racks that they use on the ISS are designed to go through that. They're designed to be moved inside of the station. Now, that being said, there are some payloads using the Japanese experiment module that can be put on an external platform through a small airlock. But these batteries are an external payload. It's something that would have been brought up in the HTV's unpressurized payload bay or the space shuttle's unpressurized payload bay. Like an example of an external payload would be one of the modules, or like the Destiny module. That you're not putting that inside of anything else, right? These batteries originally rode up on the truss segments. They rode up on particularly the part of the truss segments where the solar panels actually move. Batteries are stored basically at the base of the solar panels, and they flew up there. I mean, actually, they may have installed them later, but either way, the ISS does not have even if they wanted to. The ISS doesn't have the provisions to take those batteries and put them inside. Like, you're not going to bring them in through the Quest airlock. I don't really think lithium-ion batteries, a big lithium-ion battery or a big nickel hydride battery inside a pressurized station is a particularly smart idea, and NASA would agree with that, right?
Probably not a great idea. I'm getting 787 vibes, early 787 vibes.
Yes, yeah.
They bring it into their sleeping quarters and cuddle with it at night. That's what they do with them.
Yeah.
They have like the iPad cases that kids have where it's like a stuffed animal around the iPad. It's like a stuffed animal around a battery casing. Insane. What was it? Insane in chat. What is there? Insane on E2 says, why not have a nanobot that eats stuff? Aside from being outside of our realm of technical capability, that's also how you get into like end of the world gray goo scenarios pretty quick. No nanobots on orbit, please. But good. I mean, good shout. I saw that one go by in chat. I had to call it out.
I mean, that person's mind is in the right spot. You have to find a way to be symbiotic, but it's really hard to be symbiotic in the vacuum, right? You have to find a way to work with it so you could be more sustainable, right? Because it's not like you can go down to a lake and just get a bucket of water up on the ISS, right? It costs a good amount of money to get a bucket or a tank of water up there, right?
Right.
That is the right kind of idea, right? That's what we want to do. You want to find a way for it to be self-sufficient, right? In preparation for, maybe in the future, a Mars transfer, but, if you're sending humans to another planet or even, some type of transportation system down to the moon, a moon base needs to be self-sufficient, right?
Right.
You're not going to want to resupply the thing all the time. I mean, you could, but that kind of defeats the point of building a base there in the first place.
One of my favorite science fiction things in general is a graphic novel series called Transmetropolitan, and it's not unique to Transmetropolitan, but it features heavily in the story where they have essentially a 3D printer, but you can input trash and it takes apart the trash into atoms and then uses those atoms to build whatever thing you need it to build, like a pair of sunglasses or whatever.
So it's a
can't wait.
matter replicator, like in Star Trek?
Exactly, yeah. Like, sign me up.
Use the Force, Harry.
Also, I love the first thing you think of that it could turn into is sunglasses.
Well, that was actually in Transmetropolitan. Anyways, Alex might have a dissenting opinion here. Alex, do you want to yell for a minute?
Well, let's see. Yeah. Orbital debris are really, really a serious concern. They are really a very important thing to take into account. But I was gonna be the dissenting opinion. I guess not pro orbital debris, but more like let's understand why this happened, right? It's not like NASA just dumped a bunch of batteries out in orbit and they said, let it, whatever it happens with it, whatever. So the whole reason this happened goes back to 2018. The whole change out of the batteries and everything was being done launching these HTV cargo spacecraft, and they had these little uh, pressurized section on it, and and so what they used to do is they loaded the pallets there on the ground, they launched, and then the same pallets will contain the new batteries. They will essentially remove the old batteries, put them on, and as they were doing that, they will change out and put the old ones on the pallet. The new ones will go into the station, so the pallet will be loaded with the old batteries, and then the pallet will go down with the same HTV spacecraft. But there was a problem in 2018, October 2018, the Soyuz MS-10 spacecraft did not reach the station because there was an abort in flight. And that led to Nick Hague, which was one of the two astronauts that was going to be doing these spacewalks to move around these batteries. He was not able to reach the station, and essentially whenever he actually reached the station to do these spacewalks, it was already like 6 months after HTV-7 had come back down again. So NASA had to choose what to do with all of these plan that we put out, that it was going to be, we launch the new batteries and then we return and dispose of the old batteries, just in a controlled manner and safe manner. So the only other option that they had, because these pallets cannot go on any other vehicle, they cannot go on Dragon, they cannot go on Cygnus. The only other place, as you guys were mentioning, will have been shuttle, but unfortunately we don't have the shuttle anymore. So the only other option that they had was, okay, let's keep the HTV-7 pallet on the station with the new batteries, and then when HTV-8, the next one, comes back, then we put these batteries on the station with Nick Hague and everyone. I think it was like Nick Hague and Anne McLean, and then another one was Nick Hague and Christina Cook. So they had these sort of, and there you can see some of that footage from them changing out those batteries to the station, and this continued with the subsequent with the subsequent HTV spacecraft, where you know that pallet from HTV-7 came back on HTV-8. The one that was up on HTV-8 stayed on the station until HTV-9 came on, and then they did the swap, and then HTV-9 came back with the HTV-8 pallet. So the HTV-9 pallet remained on station, and then HTV was retired. So it was like, yeah, now what do we do with this? And so it was like 2 years until they eventually were like, okay, well, I guess we'll have to just dump it. And they don't have any propulsion or anything on the pallet. So yeah, it took 3 years until that thing re-entered, because it was released, I think, somewhere around March 2021, and then re-entered
Yep.
last month, March 2024. So 3 years for that thing to re-enter. So my dissenting opinion here is, sure, orbital debris is bad, but there was like no other option, unless you like build an extra HTV or like make JAXA like pay for it. Like it would have been an extremely mm, I don't know how to say, like it will having a very extraordinary kind of mission of just building another HTV so that it could go and retrieve that pallet, because it was the very last one to change all of these batteries. So
Got
yeah,
it.
like sometimes you don't have any other option. That's my
We're,
point.
we're gonna make an HTV. It's gonna be the best HTV. We're gonna make Japan pay for it. All right. Anyways,
For those who don't know, we keep saying HTV. That was Japan's version of like Cygnus. It was their
Yeah.
resupply vehicle that they flew, which the H in HTV stands for H2.
Yeah, and
nice.
all of this, by the way, this all stories is on Twiz. I just did like a summary. To be fair, and Twiz is also a summary. But yeah, like the whole story just goes back to that failure of the Soyuz MS-10, and it's kind of crazy to me that this happened because of that. I don't
Right.
know, like the
It's like
ripples
the
of that failure came all the way to 2024.
the logistics of the space station are so complex and interwoven with like so many different launch vehicles and such a complex schedule that the abort from Soyuz, like you said, rippled outward, and so 3 years later we have this. But Alex, you said there was no other option. Matthias is asking, why not just keep all the trash on the station as radiation protection?
Yeah, so in this case it wouldn't protect anything because it was on the external so it was on the trust section of the ISS, so it wouldn't really protect the astronauts or even the equipment because it's not like most of the trust sections are just essentially a truss section, and there's like few cables and pipes and whatnot, but you're not really protecting that much, and you're essentially, instead of keeping the trash out, you're essentially keeping the trash on the ISS. And there's 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 the argument that could be made that sure, but JAXA is developing the HTV-X spacecraft, which is set to be launched next year. Sure, but in 2021, it was not clear when that vehicle was going to be launched because it was going to be launched on the H3 rocket, which it took a while to debut, and then even after that, it failed and whatnot. Like there were a lot of unknowns of whether that vehicle will actually go up or not, and accumulating hardware just because of accumulating hardware doesn't make sense. But yeah, and this piece is like 2.5 tons in mass, which is a really big piece. And but even then, the only thing that at least that we know of that survived and actually hit, it's like this little thing of like 3/4 of a kilogram. It's not that, but still, it was Inconel. You guys will explain it. It's okay. I don't need to go through all of that again.
I mean,
all right. Well, thank you for your dissenting opinion, Alex. We appreciate and love you.
To go off that, like, just a little bit more, Jack, real quick. Like, I mean, the other thing is like, yeah, okay. So say they left the pallet up there and they left the batteries on the pallet, right? So the pallet was designed to bring batteries up, right? And then obviously the batteries are going to have the same mounting mechanisms that the ones that you're replacing. You don't replace a AA with a AAA, right? It's gonna be the same socket, right?
Right.
I mean, you could. I mean, if you could find a way to connect the leads, right? But okay. So long story short, you take these lithium batteries, right? You put them on the pallet, store the pallet on the truss segment. That's just another thing that can go wrong. It's another thing that could break, and now you don't have any diagnostic stuff. So it connected to them. So it's just another thing that could break up there. In space, everything is trying to get you. Everything is trying to break all the time, right? I think Alex, the dissenting opinion kind of got me thinking about it. The real thing here is to have flexibility in your mission architecture. And Jack, we were you were trying to pivot to the next thing. I think this is a good thing to touch base on about why you would want to have differential architecture for the same type of resupply and redundant dissimilar architecture, right? Yeah, you guys see where I'm going with this?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't want to pivot because we have some good questions. I want to. We'll do some support because there are people that are throwing us some support, so we got to thank them.
All right,
and then let's
support away.
Let's do some questions regarding this, and then we'll move
back there for later.
Yeah. Da Swanson, thanks for gifting a Red Team membership. Coco Cats also gifting a Red Team membership. Thank you all so much for doing that. If you get a membership gifted to you, be sure to thank the person that did it. Plutonium 239, thank you for the support. They say, do you think Starship will launch on May the 4th or 6th for Star Wars fans? We'll get there. We will talk about Starship and what the heck is going on there. Matthew, it's Alex. Nope. We're speed running.
Wrong camera.
Thank you for the support. Becoming a Red Team member. I'm all about putting Alex's camera on when he's not expecting it. Jason Edney, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Super appreciate it. We really can't do what we do without the membership program, so seriously, thank you. Space Kid, thank you for the super chat. They say, do they have another way of disposing trash from the ISS? Like, could they put a whole bunch of trash on Cargo Dragon's trunk? Or I know there's Cygnus, but Cygnus is kind of in a weird not flying mode because rocket change. But yeah, like what other options do they have?
I mean, you can't. Okay, So could you send an astronaut out there and just ratchet strap a battery to the side of the trunk and then hope it gets disposed sometime? Sure. Yeah, of course you could do that. But now you're putting somebody's life in danger here. This is not, you haven't practiced using ratchet straps in space, which just sounds like not fun. And it's not something that you could go out there and just be like, okay, strap it down. Now, don't get me wrong. In the future, we might have to deal with, Martian style scenarios like that when we're on Mars. So it'd be good to understand, like, you this behavior, like basically what I'm getting at is you have to think on the fly somehow. So like, different options were probably explored by NASA, and they probably figured out that, we'll just, we'll send it on the HCV pallet because it's there, right? That's something that the arm can grab at. You can get it away from the space station and the arm can let it go, right?
Right.
It's not, you don't have to send a guy out there with a ratchet strap and, that's dangerous. There's a reason why extravehicular activities around the space station are practiced so much in like NASA's NBL, right?
Right.
There's a really good reason because, like it doesn't, like when you're doing space flight, it's all about compounding problems, right? Something's always going to break. Something's always going to go a little bit weird, right? Say you're messing when you're trying to ratchet strap it down, you pop a hole in the glove. Is that a big deal? Is that going to like get you right away? No, it's not going to be that big of a deal. But if you ignore it, right? Maybe another problem happens and another problem happens and another problem happens. If you're fine with deviation in your operations like that, that can lead to something bad, right? NASA's talked plenty of times about normalization to deviance, right? Now that's normalized. NASA's talking about it in relation to like engineering, right? Like their engineering and this architecture, right? This one is operations, but still same thing. You go off script, right? Unlike us, we're off script all the time. Am I right?
I mean the rails.
Anyway,
I think this might,
that too.
I think this might be the
Right?
most on-script NSF live since the format change.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no,
What's
we're
wrong with
killing it
us?
today, dudes. Yeah, no, well, we gotta step it up a little bit. Anyway, or step it down. I don't know. The problem is that anyway, going back to it, when you're going off script like that, you're really opening up the door to behave to a scenario that your astronauts haven't been able to deal with. And now, don't get me wrong, they're astronauts; pretty sure they can figure it out. But even like poke it like a pin-sized hole in your suit is enough to be like, okay, you gotta go. You're
Right.
gonna run out. You're not running out of oxygen right now, but you're going to.
Get in the
Right?
airlock.
That can
Get in the
screw up
airlock.
yeah, exactly. Right. If you guys notice, like, Kevin had some EVA footage up from time to time. If you guys actually go and watch one of these EVAs, astronauts like every 15 minutes are checking their gloves, glove check. They tell them to do this, and you see like the cameras that are on the EVMUs, right? Their spacesuits, and they do this. They show mission control they show their gloves to the camera to make sure there's no holes in them. That's like something that you have to do all the time. You have to constantly check, like after every bolt gets tight.
Yeah, makes sense.
And it's happened. People have gotten the cuts in their
Oh, yeah.
gloves. And in all honesty, that kind of goes back to the question of why, not just leave it on there. When you're talking about debris, a tiny little pinpoint in a glove could be disastrous. There's a tiny little hole in the ISS still that's leaking air. I mean, it's very much under control. It's not a big deal. They're obviously breathing just fine, but that tiny little piece of debris, if something chips off of it and bangs right back into the station, you've got the potential for a problem.
Mm-hmm. It's really easy up there, and we're spoiled by what NASA and what SpaceX do. It's really easy for something to go very wrong up there. There's I said at the beginning of this whole conversation that power is at a premium on the ISS. One of the reasons why is because all of the systems are constantly downlinking telemetry through TDRS and back to mission control. It's really interesting because the ISS has a great internet connection, right? For instance, right? It has a great data connection. It's one of the highest speeds around. It's better than your local cable provider, right? Am I right? Right? You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, but most of that bandwidth gets taken up from all the telemetry that gets constantly monitored 24/7, 365 at ISS Mission Control Center at Johnson, right? Most of the bandwidth is that. So you have a high-speed internet connection, but you have the bandwidth of like a 28K modem. It's like They don't even stream movies. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure they could stream movies up there now, but for the longest time, they didn't stream movies. They had to bring it up on a hard drive, like it's 2003 or something.
How many DVDs do you think are on the ISS?
Oh,
Well, I think
I don't
after they
know.
finally saw the ones that they got and how bad they were, they probably got sent up Gravity and said, "Nope, this one's going in the HTV. Burn it up."
I think they did watch Gravity up there.
That's what I mean. Yes, they actually
Yeah,
did.
yeah, I think you're right, dude. Yeah,
That's
The
wild.
one about the space station getting completely damaged and depressurizing.
That's like when you're on a plane. None of the
shuttle,
movie
yeah.
selections are plane crash movies. Like, why would they? That's,
why would you do that?
yeah, why
That's
would
weird.
you do that? That doesn't seem. Parker Emery, thank you for gifting 5 red team memberships. Matthias gifting a red team membership. Thank you. And Ninja Decimator. Pew, pew,
The
pew.
Decimator.
Gifting 5 red team memberships. Thank you so much, all of you. All right, let's speed run some ISS battery questions, and then let's move on. How about?
Hit it.
Us speed run.
Parker is asking, what are the legal ramifications for NASA? I'm not a lawyer, but clearly they're going to want to investigate this whole entire thing. Was that you, Sawyer, or was that you, EJ, saying that there is going to be a mishap investigation?
NASA is conducting a mishap investigation.
Live fairing
absolutely.
arrivals.
All right.
Hey, fresh fairings. It's a casual
Too
$6
much
million.
happening. You got the fresh fairings coming in. You've got some GSE shell tank work.
Yeah, it
All
sounds like
happening at once.
it sounds like they're starting to actually cut the GSE shell up now, which, wasting no time, but always a whole lot going on. Yay. Yay.
Yeah.
Remember when there wasn't a lot going on? This is good. This is a good
Also,
thing.
new time slot means, I guess, more activity.
Yeah, actually I didn't think of that. I didn't think of that, but you're right. Let's see. Max Bay asking, will the FAA have to do an environmental investigation? Mishap investigation. I don't think they're doing an environmental one, but yeah, mishap investigation.
What I really would want to hear is the call to the guy's insurance company.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, Jake from State Farm. Yeah, piece of ISS crashed through my roof. Do you cover that?
I didn't know your cat works at State Farm. Hey, let's see. We did that one. We did that one. Wesley Hale's asking, would controlling reentry be as simple as attaching a small RCS thruster? Here's the thing. It's not Kerbal Space Program, right? Like when you say as simple as, nothing in spaceflight is simple. Everything is incredibly researched and incredibly rehearsed and gone over with a fine-tooth comb to eliminate the possibilities of unknown unknowns and all of that stuff that you don't want to happen that might endanger the lives of crew or people on the ground. So,
But Jack, I want to put a star 48 on the pallet. Come on.
I mean, hey, I'm here for it.
Don't,
I'm here.
No,
Like star
no.
48's all around. If you want, everybody gets a star 48. You get a star 48. You get a star 48.
Ugh.
Europa Clipper gets a star 48.
Yeah.
Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
yeah. I mean, hey, how fast do you want to go?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey.
Yeah. You don't like, even the ISS, how it's built is actually taking into account, bringing spacecraft towards it. Everything up there has a lot to do with, the crew safety in mind. Like, not a lot of people know this. Okay, so the ISS has that huge truss segment, and there's big solar panels. Yeah, there's big solar panels on either side. Why are the solar panels all the way out there? Well, okay, so think about it. I said the ISS, the solar panels are susceptible to drag, but I also said that they're susceptible to other perturbing forces. Now, Jackie, you did talk about like solar flares and whatnot, right? Anything that gets past the magnetic field, but also incoming spacecraft. You're bringing a spacecraft that needs to perform rendezvous proximity operations. They're only really designed to enter or get near that keep out sphere on the ISS from two different ways, from the R bar and the V bar axis. So basically from, I guess, relative to the ground, going towards the ground and then going parallel to the ground. There's two approach corridors. There's two runways, so to speak. And that's why the solar panels are out on the side, because they're designed out, like way out on the sides, because they're designed to be as far away from the spacecraft as possible. Because if you have a spacecraft that's coming in, right, and it shoots off its thrusters and it's not in that approach corridor, right, it could puff out a burst at the solar panel, and the solar panel could work like a giant sail and move the ISS off in a different direction.
Pretty sure I've done
This was-
exactly that in Kerbal Space Program, like a whole bunch of
What? Really?
times. Or then I slam into the solar panels, and I'm like, why did
Yeah,
I
okay,
track
there you
those
go.
solar panels?
Oh, that happens a lot.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Everything is very well choreographed down to just how a spacecraft gets near the space station. So now, because your batteries and that pallet are up on your truss segments, right? And you want something with RCS to go up there. Now you're outgassing in places where the space station was never designed to have thruster force applied to it, right? You could outgas and gas could get trapped and react with a wire or something, or it could react with the batteries or something in a way that you don't know. There's so many things that you could go wrong just by not having a spacecraft that shoots out gas for reaction control, not being in your R-bar or V-bar alignment approach corridors. You're introducing a huge bunch of variables. And I mean, there's risk adversity, right? And then there's just being crazy with your space flight. Like, are you going to try to land it? Like those are, I said that the approach corridors are like runways. You're going to try to land a plane on a taxiway? You're going to Harrison Ford it?
I was about to say, well, Harrison Ford also saved that kid in Nevada, didn't he? So there's different types of Harrison Fording.
Right? Yeah, exactly. That's right. No, he's cool, right? But if you don't have to land on the taxiway, just you're not gonna you don't want to introduce some crazy variable in that could jeopardize the lives of the crew.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, I think we get I don't know, like desensitized, if that's the right word, but like with SpaceX's development style, where they're just like, hey, now we're going to try hot staging, or now we're going to do this. That is not how NASA does things. Everything is highly choreographed. Everything is highly researched. I'm not saying that SpaceX is not doing the groundwork to have reasonable confidence that the crazy thing they're suddenly deciding to try is going to work. It's just it's a very different developmental methodology and operational methodology than what NASA typically will roll with. But
I mean,
and
go ahead, Sawyer. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the fact that Crew Dragon also has to follow that same kind of keep out zone.
Bingo.
The whole RVR V-bar thing isn't just restricted to these other things that they're getting rid of, to shuttle, to any other vehicle. That's any visiting vehicle has to deal with that. And we talked about the RVAR and the V-bar. Who's talking about the wet bar?
Hey, I could tell by the look on his face that he was queuing something up in his mind. It's endlessly satisfying to be able to anticipate a Sawyer pun.
It was a legitimate point, though. I just happened to throw the pun at the end.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point.
Some Biddeford memberships over there?
Holy
Did that I see?
Cannoli, Bideford
I think it is. All
20
right.
red team memberships. Thank you, Bideford. Bideford always comes through with a huge amount of support. Thank you, Bideford. And the kindest words, like in the comments, Bideford is always like, I love EJ and Sawyer and Jack. So we see you, Bideford. Thank you. She's the best. Let's see. I think we're basically good on ISS. I mean, does anyone have any final thoughts?
I was just I was going to say Sawyer's right on the money. Dude, even SpaceX, who has this rapid iterative, schedule, and you're not afraid to blow up a starship, they're definitely afraid to do that when people are on board. Their Dragon operations are very, very, very coordinated and choreographed because, guys, that's the only way you can do it. I don't think we're ever going to get to a point where, you should never say never, but it would be very, very cool. Let's say if we got to a point where we could just get in our car and fly to the moon, right? We have like a Star Wars drive and, we could jump to hyperspace or something. But until then, this is the best shot at maximizing your chances of success. And by doing that is making sure that you are doing exactly what you intend to do in space and there's no deviance in your operations or engineering.
Right.
What he said.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, much like these batteries, I think it's time for us to get a little bit spicy. And let's talk about Mars sample return, because I'm not happy.
Oh.
I'm not happy. I don't know if we're all going to be in agreement on our unhappiness.
I don't think we are.
No? Okay. Well, let's see. Let's see. EJ, take her away. What's going on with Mars sample return?
So, You know that thing, that meme where the guy takes the flex tape and he slams it against the leaking tank?
Yes.
Yeah, kind of. What's going on is kind of like that. You're flex sealing the program. So basically, okay. So what's going on here? I saw this program in half. All right, sorry. Uh, so what's going on is that there was a press conference on Monday, and it had Bill Nelson and a couple of other NASA folks in it, and they basically said that they are going to not pull the plug on the Mars sample return mission, but they're basically going to start over. They're going to hit the reset button. They're not getting rid of it, but they're going to hit the reset button. The reason why is because there were cost projections from 2 independent review boards and NASA themselves, they kind of all ended up being in concurrence here, that the mission would not be able to get samples back from Mars till 2040 at a total cost involved price tag of 11 to 12 billion dollars. Now, anybody that knows a little bit about the Artemis program knows that, after we, spend some time on the moon, Mars is the target. And, per NASA's own timelines, the 2040s is when we're going to send people there,
Right.
So they thought that, the whole point is to get a sample return here so we can understand what it takes to send people there, right?
Right.
The timelines basically just don't line up at all, right? And they said that it was mainly budget and schedule related issues that was going on here. And so basically what NASA is going to do is hit the reset button and then put out what's called an RFP or an RFI first. So what's an RFI? Request for information. Requests for information happen when NASA has a task that they need to solve, right? And they basically go, all right, hey, everybody, general announcement here. If we were going to get samples back from Mars,
how would you do it?
If we wanted our samples back from Mars, how would you do it, right? And, they get proposals and information about, how you'd go about doing that. Basically, NASA's going to leverage commercial. From what it wasn't, they didn't say it, but it was heavily implied that they were going to try to leverage commercial for a Mars sample return. And that's, NASA is known to do stuff like that. Just because they have an RFI or an RFP, right, doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to, like hire SpaceX, for instance, right, to go and get that Mars sample. Like, even though Elon said he said that, with Starship development going at the rate it is, I could get it in 5 years, which I would love to see that. That would be cool. Not skeptic. Would love to see that, but okay. But, NASA has taken RFIs in the past and then been like, oh yeah, this is a good idea. Yeah, we'll do that. Bye. Yeah, we're going to do that. I'll see you later. Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, good job. Thank you. Bye. Like, they've done that in the past. But, it seems that they were kind of, it was implied, but I might be reading too much into it myself, that they were going to eventually try to do some type of commercialization with it.
Right. So, on the one hand, if we can get samples back from Mars sooner and cheaper, so that we can actually use those samples to inform, like you said, EJ, what it takes to send humans there, which is the whole point.
Yep.
Yeah, good. Let's do that. But at the same time, I feel like this is becoming like a recurring segment on basically every single one of our live streams, where I yell about the finite nature of the human lifespan and how I want to be able to do more things faster. And it's really just, it's frustrating to me because yes, $11 billion is a lot of money, but also in the grand scheme of like our national budget, $11 billion is a pittance. It's like it's not even on the frickin' radar. But 2040 is too late. I think we can all agree 2040 is too late, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. For those who don't know, by the way, the NASA budget is less than half of 1% of the entire federal budget. More is spent on air conditioning in the Middle East than is spent on NASA.
Yeah, like air conditioning for our soldiers in the Middle East. Yeah.
Right,
like,
exactly.
It's just disconcerting because if it was a national priority, if we cared as a society, this would be a non-issue. I mean, not everything is solved by throwing money at it, but it goes back to what I was yelling about the other week with Clipper. Like, we should have a probe around every major celestial body. We should be able to do science on a much grander scale, but it's just not a priority.
See, here's the thing, man. I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. People are
Please.
gonna hate me for this.
No,
and
please.
it is what it is. Like, I think the money is there. To be honest, I think the money's there. NASA wasn't cool with $11 billion over the course of the program. Keep in mind that's $11 billion over like the next 15 years, right?
Right.
Or 16 years, excuse me, right? That is not a small amount of money. Like, they weren't cool with $11 billion, but I think, like, what was the original cost estimation for the program? Like $5 billion? $5 billion. I would always contend to say that I think the money is there. I think an overall mission architecture is not, right?
Yeah.
Because how many times do we hear, oh, well, our eyes are bigger than our eyes are bigger than our stomachs, right? We thought this was going to take $1 billion and it ended up taking like 20. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, cool.
Right.
What's going on? Like, I'd be curious to understand what's going on with budget projections for what NASA thinks they can do and what they end up having to pay for this stuff. Like, I mean, you guys all know that SLS right now carries a heavy price tag. Everyone knows that.
Right.
I mean, NASA by law has to tell us their pricing, right? If we launched it more, the unit price could go down, buying in bulk, the Walmart solution, right? Like, that's the way to do it. Or Amazon. I mean, Amazon does the same thing, right?
Somebody get NASA a Costco card.
Yes.
Right? But, the money is there. It's just the architecture isn't. Like, how many times have we heard, we're going to build this and then we're going to, down the road, we'll figure out a way to get it back. Oh, we're going to build this super heavy launch vehicle and we'll give it the upper stage that we need to explore the moon correctly. We'll do that later in a different blocked version of it. For now, just put a Delta 4 stage on top of it. It'll be fine.
Yeah, it's always way over budget and always way over time. Like,
I got to pull an Alex here.
Go for it.
Actually.
Nice.
Whoa.
I get what you're saying, that the money
Don't
is there.
steal my bit.
So, actually, no. I get what you're saying, that the money's there, but here's the counter argument to that: is that where are you taking that money from? You may have the cash, but there are some freaking awesome science missions that are on the books that are already hanging by a thread, that are on the verge of being canceled. You've got some amazing science proposals for missions going way out into the solar system, exploring more closely things like Titan and the moons around Saturn. And yet, that's where that money would likely come from. So you'd be killing other science for a planet that we've been studying and have had rovers on now for, what, 10, 15 years straight. There's been rovers on it, basically. So, I love the idea of the return, but if we're also planning on sending humans there to then get some of the samples, and it's going to be around the same time frame, why not just save the money for the other cool science?
I mean, yeah.
That makes sense, but I would make the argument against that. I'm gonna actually you right back. Well, actually, no. I would make the argument that everybody throws this around all the time. If you listen to the NASA press conferences as much as we do, guys, everybody throws around the whole sustainability thing. We want to do this because it's sustainable. We want to do this because it's sustainable. Well, okay, the most sustainable space program is the one that never launches. Like, let's be real. Like, it's true. Right? Look at SLS. We've had one launch since 2014. One launch in 10 years. That's clearly the most sustainable one. SLS is and Orion by proxy are two of the longest running programs in NASA's history. I think Voyager is longer, right? I think it's important to I think, if we're going to talk real political sustainability here, it would be good to have your science missions reinforce what your human spaceflight missions are doing. They should be precursor missions too, right?
Absolutely.
Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't go out to Titan. I want Dragonfly to fly just as much as anybody else. And if we're gonna, if we're gonna have to, move costs around, right? between programs, I would rather have it support programs that are actually going to get people out here. Basically, the science missions and the human missions have to work together, right? Just like the surveyor missions worked for Apollo, right?
Right.
And even, I mean, and Sawyer, it's funny you said that because that's what they did during Apollo. Apollo 12, Al Bean and Pete Conrad, they landed next to Surveyor 3, and Surveyor 3 had a little shovel on it, and it scooped out a piece of moon regolith, and they took the shovel back with them with the dirt in it, right? So it's doing exactly what you're saying. They had something, went and collect the sample, and then they landed next to it, got the sample, and left, right?
Right.
You
And
have
the
to have your
sample's
programs
collected already for this one.
Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah, the rovers out there are they're plopping the samples down on the surface of Mars. You just got to get a guy to go pick them up. You don't even need the shovel, right? But I think it speaks to, and this is why I say it's kind of more of an overall mission architectural problem. We're kind of all over the place. We're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing this. And don't get me wrong, if I had it my way, all these missions would be funded.
Yeah.
Right? Like, duh. Like part of why we do what we do, dudes, is because we want people to know about this stuff and we want to show how important it is. And we want to get everybody on board. Like, look, this is vital. We should be doing more of this. This is good stuff. It's also super entertaining. Like, rocket launches are pretty awesome.
I mean, yeah,
they're
that's
all right.
pretty cool, right? So I think that the argument of like, oh, we got to take away from this program and put it in this program, I think that's what you should be doing, and that sucks. No one wants to see a program get defunded. But here's the other thing to think about. Programs, NASA programs, any government program is funded on a bell curve, right? You're not going to spend $60 bajillion in the first year for your program. It takes time for your program through research and development.
Right.
And you're going through your preliminary design review, your critical design review, fabrication, testing, and then all the way into operational cost. Funding should peak right around your first operational mission, right?
Right.
And then it should go down as you roll over into operations, right? So you can take these missions and you can swap them around. You can have different missions go up at bat and get the funding, and you can move funding to other missions. So in that particular regard, like, defunding missions is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just, you shift the costs here because, like, Dragonfly isn't launching for a little while. Mars Sample Return is something. Yeah, it's not launching for a little while. You would ramp up in the next couple of years, but right now you could use that for. I mean, well, the time to get Mars Sample Return figured out was like 5 years ago, right? But in an ideal world, they would have done that. Funding would be ramping down for MSR now and moving to Dragonfly, moving to other missions, other precursor missions for where we want to eventually send people or gain some scientific understanding. The real sustainability is getting these programs to work together, and we don't seem to do that. There's nothing that works together.
Do you get the vibe that there is a funding shuffle, except it's funding shuffle to keep SLS humming along versus a funding shuffle to, like, have a cooperative effort between science missions and human missions? Like, to what extent is NASA balking at $11 billion, them looking at their balance sheet and thinking, oh geez, well, we got to protect SLS above all else because that's our flagship. Sawyer, I mean, is that a fair, like, inkling on my part, or would you disagree with that?
No, that's the exact thing I was just going to bring up, so I'm glad you mentioned it, is the fact that, when we talk about SLS, it's over budget, it's double what we expected. And we go, well, yeah, but this is to get humans back into space and to go to the moon and to Mars and beyond. We don't bat an eyelash at it, partly because we kind of can't, but that's a whole nother story. Whereas this one, again, you're talking doubling the cost of the mission, and now it's, well, maybe we'll need a contractor, or maybe we just don't do it at all. There really is that emphasis on certain missions. And yes, the Mars program tends to get the higher priority. Definitely anything with crew flight gets very high priority, and in particular Artemis. So it's kind of that catch-22 there of, yeah, you can bump up SLS, which is double the budget, but now as a result, the science one that you want to double the budget on is questionable.
Alex, do you have a dissenting opinion? I like Alex's dissenting opinions.
Oh, hang on. Okay, I didn't expect to come in this quickly.
Alex
yeah,
has risen into frame.
If you're gonna ping me in the back channel and say you have a dissenting opinion, you got to be
But-
like ready on a hair trigger.
oh, come on. No, but like it's not. I mean, I put it in quotes. Dissenting opinion. It's more that you know, when you look at in perspective and with the history of NASA, you look at the problems with Mars sample return, which all of you were talking about, and it all boils down to NASA wants to do a very complex mission on a very complex objective. Like there could be ways to simplify the Mars sample return mission, but it also means that the science that they return is much simpler. So the whole reason why this mission is the way that it is, as you know, because a lot of people have said, well, if you want samples from Mars, just launch some lander that just scoops the rocks, whatever, like lands anywhere on Mars. It just scoops the rocks, puts it on a rocket, lift up, and like whatever. The thing is, this is not what Mars sample return is all about. It's actually choosing the right location to choose the right samples, right? It's not just scoop up some rocks from Mars and just bring it back to Earth. And even the part of bringing back to Earth, launching from Mars, you need a rocket that you know that it can launch from Mars, and then that rocket, whatever it launches, either you need a way to rendezvous with that thing in orbit around Mars and scoop it back and send it back to Earth, or you kind of need to have a way of that other thing just be sent on its own to Earth. At the end of the day, it's a very complex mission with very complex goals. For example, on the other hand, China is trying a Mars sample return, but they are attempting it the other way, the simpler way, so to speak, where you just land on Mars, scoop some rocks, and just go back to Earth. Don't overthink it. Don't try the very complex, the very specific samples. And this is some of the things that I've seen from some scientists that they're like, sure, the quality of the samples are really important, but also if we went with an approach where you are assuming that this is going to be Mars sample return 1. It's going to be the first mission for Mars sample return. And then later on, you're going to get better samples. You're going to go again and replicate the same kind of same design and essentially specialize it to get the big and the more complex samples that you want to get. In this case, these are from a what they suppose is going to be it was at one point a delta from a river essentially, and so it was probably very rich in a lot of organic components and whatnot and everything. But if you just want to like get some samples back, you already have a big deal with that. Like you're getting stuff from Mars. Just think about the amount of science that you can get. Surely you're not getting it from the best place in the whole planet and whatever. Like, sure, but you're still getting samples back from Mars, and you already have a way to train for the specialized things. And I feel that in some sense this is done, for example, with human missions, and we're going to talk probably some of this a little bit later, where the objectives are cut into different missions instead of having just one single mission. When Apollo landed on the moon, they had many missions to get to that point. With Artemis, there's also many missions, maybe an extra one. We're going to discuss about that later, right? There are many missions to get to the point of landing on the moon. When you get to the point of doing Mars sample return, you test each individual component of the mission in a much more simplified way, and then put it all together and do the complex mission. That's what will make sense. NASA has not done that. They have never tried, as EJ was saying, oh yeah, we're gonna do the Mars sample return, but we'll do it later. And then
Yep.
many years passed, nothing happened, no budgets were assigned, and whatever. And so, yeah, that's my rant. That's my dissenting opinion here. That it's not really dissenting because I'm kind of agreeing with you guys, but also adding another aspect to this, which is this should have been simplified a lot and been done probably 2 decades ago, because there was already the technology to do a much more simple mission that was just essentially go out, scoop up some rocks, put it on a rocket, and just send it back to Earth. Like,
Right.
it's still complex though, but you don't need the specialized rover. You don't need Perseverance out there going to a crater and needing to land. Like, it needed precise landing on a certain location. Like,
Right.
you don't need all of that technology.
I mean,
You
I
can cut it
understand
out.
the desire to have higher quality samples, but if I may, um, you know, I feel like the Mars can has been kicked down the road for so long now, and it's always something that we're going to do later. It's always
Yeah.
something that we'll figure out later. And I couldn't agree with you more, Alex, that it's something that should have been done like 2 decades ago. Or EJ, 5 years ago should have been figured out and settled on. And just the fact that we keep kicking this can down the road, ooh, it really grinds my gears. That's all I got. Do you guys want to do some questions, or does anyone have any further thoughts before we jump into some viewer questions regarding Mars sample return? Because we got some good ones. You guys keep them coming.
I mean, the flip side of this is that, to dissent the dissenting opinion,
Do
boom,
it, do it,
glasses
do
on.
it.
Double
You
descent.
need a second pair of glasses over your glasses.
Oh, yeah, I don't have that. Sorry. So, okay, the flip side of this is that, okay, we're doing missions here. We have budget projections for missions that we've never done before, right? Even budget projections for sending people back to the moon. We think it's going to cost this much. Okay, based off what? The Apollo program, the program that had a blank check, right? We can't. What I'm trying to get at is that we can't. It's hard to predict the future. It's hard to predict how much money NASA is going to be appropriated. That's why I said, "What's up?"
In fact, DJ, we have a question from Adrian in chat saying, how much does having to get funding for NASA become dependent on the various U.S. administrations that's potentially subject to change every 4 years and unable to do long-term funding? Yes. Anyways, please continue.
Say that one more time.
They're saying, how much does having to get funding for NASA become dependent on the change of U.S. administrations every 4 years, and thus inhibit the ability for NASA to do further, like, long-term planning? Because like you said, they never know what they're going to get appropriated, based on the shifting political winds.
That's a good question. You want to ask a question like that? Okay, that's fine. So clearly that's not the case, though. I know people are going to say, wait, what do you mean that's not the case? That's the whole topic of this discussion. Clearly there's programs that can have long-term funding here. Look at SLS. Is that not a long-term program?
I mean, it is. Shuttle was also
clearly there's ways to do this.
Like, yeah, I get what you're saying.
The shuttle program, the ISS program, clearly there's ways to do it. And that's why I said architecture and your integrated architecture, your overall plan is so ridiculously important. This interim stuff, interim cryogenic propulsion stages. Oh, we'll drop the samples on Mars and we'll get them sometime in the future. How are we going to do that? Hey guys, I got an idea. We want to lower the costs of getting people to the moon, right? The Saturn V is too expensive. So let's make a reusable system, a reusable architecture to go to the moon. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. But how about you just make the reusable part? The moon architecture we'll do later. Like building a space station, like maybe we'll do that in the 80s.
Yeah, we'll build the space station and then we'll figure out the moon lander from the space station. We'll build it on orbit. It'll be great. We'll do it later.
So the point is that clearly there's a way to do this. Clearly there's a way to do it. Clearly there's a way to ensure long-term funding for a program. And that's why I said having your science missions co-depend on your human architectural missions and having them work hand in hand. Like, you could use a Mars sample return to test out propulsion systems for a Mars ascent vehicle for human missions, right?
Right.
Let's just put that out there, right? You could do that, right? That makes it work hand in hand. That actually will get more money in the future because you know what? You asked, how does it change every 4 years? Well, that's actually the executive branch just decides what NASA is going to do. They don't pull the purse strings. Congress does. That's important to understand that, right? So there's clearly ways, because representatives and senators have different term limits than the president, right? There's clearly ways to make this work.
mean, that's half the reason when NASA is architected the way that it is they have
Yep.
different centers and different constituencies, and that's like insulation against the shifting political winds.
Integrated architecture is your hedge against shifting political winds. We clearly see it work just fine with SLS to our detriment. But that's why I started this thing with the most sustainable space program is the one that never launches, right? But you know why? You know why we have SLS? Because someone tried to pull the plug on NASA completely. That's not a good idea. And Congress freaked out and mandated that SLS get made by law instead of having engineers come up with the architecture. Politicians made the architecture. Like I said, most sustainable program is the one that never launches. We need to come up with a more integrated architecture so we avoid problems like this in the future. All this is doing is pissing away money that we could be using on science.
Yeah, I mean, preach, man. I'm right there with you. Spherical Cow is asking, do any of you actually believe the human landing on Mars in the 2040s projection? In their opinion, 2050s at the earliest. Oh God, I'm gonna be
Is
how
too
old?
contingent.
Oh,
I don't want to think about
Don't do
that.
the
No,
math.
just
Don't do the
stop it. Stop, Jack. Jack, don't do it.
yeah, okay. I don't
You'll
know.
be so old, you'll be bald.
Me? Lose my hair? Perish the thought.
It'd be more complicated for me to lose my hair, though.
I'll put it this way. I believe we'll have boots on Mars by 2040. I don't know that it'll be a NASA mission or like a full NASA mission. I think maybe it'll be a private government partnership. I don't know. But maybe I'm being hopelessly... Alex, quit showing off your hair. You know, I used to have long hair. I did. It was
I've
great.
seen the pictures. We should
Yeah.
show it one day.
It doesn't look like you, but I know it's you.
It's totally me. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Let's just go around the horn. EJ, do you believe human landing on Mars in the 2040s, or do you think it'll take longer, or do you think it'll go faster? If I'm trying to be optimistic.
It's contingent. If you told NASA circa 1960 that they'd be on the moon in 1969, they'd call you insane. It's contingent. It's contingent on Starship, maybe. You know, maybe commercial industry gets leveraged really heavy in the next 5 years. You know, there is you have ways to hedge your funding against political winds, but the political winds can still change. Like I said, at the end of the day, it's up to the executive. It's up to the big man in the White House, right? Who, what NASA is doing. Kennedy challenged the country in 1962. He challenged us to get to the moon. Like, once again, you said that a couple of days before that speech. People would say getting to the moon is crazy. Can you imagine?
Right.
Can you imagine the dissenting opinions that we'd have if somebody tried to do that nowadays?
I wish
right?
they would, but you're right.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, people be like, oh, that's never going to happen. How many experts would we have on the internet saying, no, that's never going to happen? Not in a million. Oh, let me get my glasses. How's it?
Wait, Richard Nixon was using the internet?
He may have. Yeah, exactly, right? And then with the best integrated mission architecture pretty much ever devised by man. No, dude. That's all good. But how about we build a quarter of a mission architecture that might be reusable in the future and just not do anything else? Here you go. Trade offer. I receive votes. You receive fragmented architecture. Do we have a deal?
Yeah.
And it's been like that pretty much since.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sawyer, what do you think? Landing on Mars in the 2040s, yay or nay?
I'm going to say yay. I think it'll happen. The question is going to be who is the one to land on Mars in the 2040s? Whether it's part of the Artemis program, if it's something like SpaceX doing their own thing. Heck, even if China says, you know what, we're going to go straight for Mars, kind of do a for all mankind of a race to the red planet.
Right.
I think that would obviously speed things up if, something like you get a new space race. But regardless, I think somebody is going to land in the 2040s. I can't say for sure that it would be NASA.
For a long time now. Oh, wait, Alex. It's Alex. Alex, talk.
Oh my god.
You hate these questions,
What do
I
I
know.
talk? What?
2040s, landing on Mars. Yay or
Yeah,
nay?
I knew this question will come to me because, of course, a lot of people like to throw these
Just
stupid
quit waffling
questions.
and say yes or no.
So in the 2040s, yes, I'm positive that it could be possible by the 2040s to land
Yeah,
humans on Mars.
I'm just
We'll
gonna
see.
I'm gonna focus on what Sawyer just said. I think we are in a new space race, and I think it's a mistake for anyone to not acknowledge that. And I'm all for international cooperation in space, and I'm all for every country that can exploring space to the maximum extent possible. Like, more science, more better, more exploration, more better. But American leadership in space, if I can be that jingoistic like jerk for a second, like we are supposed to be the leaders in this realm, and to have like, can I get an American flag behind me? It's like we are supposed to be number
Crising
one
European.
here. We landed on the freaking moon. Like, how are we content with potentially being beaten by anybody? Like, it boggles my mind. But to answer the question, I have for a long time now been saying Mars 2030. Now I don't think that means we're going to have boots on Mars in 2030, and that doesn't even really coincide with the transfer windows and everything. But I am going to be hopelessly optimistic and say sometime in the 2030s. I really hope that Starship ends up being the sleeper that we all hope and expect it to be, and then it really changes the game. I mean, it's 2024. 6 years of Starship development. If you go back 6 years, we weren't even doing Starhopper back then. So I'm really hoping that the massive changes, the seismic shifts that are coming to the industry as a result of not just Starship, but all these reusable architectures coming online over the next 5 to something years, means that the 2030s is not off the table. But EJ, it looks like you have thoughts.
Well, okay, so yeah, I'm not trying to pick you apart here, dude. But you said we're in a space race. Who are we in a space race with? Because at first you kind of were you implying that we were in a space race with China, but then you were talking about commercial reusable architectures. Who's NASA racing against?
Well, is NASA? I mean, this is like a philosophical question. Is NASA operating or funding a commercial reusable architecture, or are they just funding HLS that happens to be a part of a commercial reusable architecture?
I mean, SLS is expendable. I mean, I don't like that, but it is.
HLS.
But yeah, well, they're funding partially reusable architecture. Yeah, HLS. I mean, actually, I haven't seen any contract stipulations for HLS ever getting reused. To be 100% honest with you.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is
right.
The fact that it's reusable is just because that's what SpaceX is doing. That's not necessarily what NASA.
I mean, that was the architecture that was proposed for HLS, right? And NASA accepted it. Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I don't know. I understand where you're coming from. Like, who are we really racing against? We're already way out front. If I may paraphrase what you're getting at appropriately, hopefully I'm not butchering it. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's just we should be further. Okay. We should be even more further out ahead.
Oh, I agree. I agree. But here's the thing. Like, here's what I'm content to say, and I'm gonna get. This is my opinion. I'm not reporting this as news, right? Like, don't kill me, chat, too hard. I think that space racing with China is a really, really, like, as a point of national pride, we'd want it in a feather in our cap. But history, if you look back at history's shown that space races aren't very sustainable. Now, are they?
No, absolutely not. That's a fair point.
Right?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I'm not saying.
I think you were right in saying that NASA should have parity with SpaceX. They should be racing against the commercial sector. And a lot of people are going to grill me on this. Like,
that's great.
I get it. At face, at face value,
cook.
Right? Oh, I'm cooking, dude. Let's go. Someone cooked here. I won. No. Say my name. Gosh dang right. Anyway, so I've always said that NASA should have parity with commercial contractors. What do I mean by that? If SpaceX can launch somebody from Boca Chica and put them on the surface of the moon, NASA needs to be able to duplicate that capability. And now, keep in mind, this is with operations of spacecraft. Who's operating the spacecraft? The government procures vehicles that they didn't engineer all the time, right? Look at a mail van, for instance, or, Air Force One. It's a super hot rodded 747, right?
Crew Dragon.
VC-20, yeah. Right? It's about operation. NASA needs to be able to have that in-house operation. Now, why do I say that? Why even go there? What are you talking about? Do you want a commercial? You want a corporation being the only one that has access to the surface of the moon? I don't think that's wise. I really don't think that's a good idea. Even if I'm the dude, I'm like as big of a SpaceX fanboy as anybody around here, right? Like maybe save for Alex, who's Kevin, cut the camera to Alex real quick. Go.
No.
Go.
No. Hey.
Hit the lights.
Come on. No. I'm not a fanboy.
Yeah, honestly, that term
I know.
is like
I'm just messing with you.
It's I know you're joking around, but Alex is like the furthest from a space. Alex is a SpaceX or Starship expert. I wouldn't call him a fanboy. Anyways,
Well,
you're joking.
I just
We know
wanted
you're
He's a
just
wanted to
specialist.
to
He's
get the
definitely a
camera on you real
Starship
quick.
specialist. I like the alliteration.
He's a
I
star
mean, I
specialist.
am, right? Like, so basically, to kind of sum it up, what I'm saying is that NASA either needs to operate their own starships if Starship pops off like we think it's going to do, or they need to have redundant dissimilar architecture. We've seen what happens in the past when governments race to the moon, when the government has the sole way to get to the surface of another celestial body. Well, that wasn't very sustainable at all. I don't think that it's wise to think that doing the flip side of that, having a corporation or a private company have the only way to get to the moon. I don't think that's wise either. There needs to be parity here. There needs to be parity going forward, or else, what's to say that, some corporation be like, nope, Mars is ours now. Deuces. Well, you ain't going to do anything about it. You can't get here. You know what I mean? I think that could have pretty bad repercussions in the future.
Absolutely.
I think that's important to understand. And this is why I speak to NASA saying, why I spoke to NASA saying they needed an integrated mission architecture. Because look, man, China is one thing. That's fine, right? That we could, you could say we're in a space race with them, and don't get me wrong, I'd feel really proud as an American to see American boots back on the moon first before anybody else. Like, we return, 2-time moon landing champion. That'd be great. But I think, Jack, you were very much right in saying that the commercial market is going ham. We've seen an explosion in the commercial industry. In the commercial spaceflight industry, right? I mean, guys, you sit here and just kind of, poignant thought. There is a private company that's flying people into space privately for on-orbit missions. It's not, and this isn't a slight against Blue, right? It's not just going up and coming back down, even though we have that too. That's never existed in the past, ever. We're in kind of uncharted territory with how the commercial market is going to move forward, right? So I think it's important for NASA to have parity with any contractor, even if it is operating their own vehicles. I would prefer redundant dissimilar. Like, I want to see Starship and SLS doing their thing, right? But I don't think we're necessarily racing against China, for instance. I don't think that's exactly what's going on here.
Okay, this is just me completely playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, sure.
Are you essentially advocating for something like the FAA operating planes in order to have more of a say and control in how other operators operate planes?
I don't think NASA should be a spaceflight regulator per se. In time we're going to need to have an SAA, a space flight administration, aviation administration, or something.
Federal Space Flight Administration.
Yeah, and I don't think that's NASA's job. NASA's job is a research organization that pioneers scientific endeavors to better the U.S. taxpayer, like in the world too, kind of by proxy, right? I don't think NASA should ever be in that role. Ever. They should not be a regulatory commission. That would be also bad. NASA needs to be able to go out there. We need to be basically firing on all cylinders. And don't get me wrong, my bias as a spaceflight fan might be showing here pretty hard, but NASA needs parity with SpaceX. They need, or any commercial endeavor. If someone can put somebody on the surface of Mars, NASA needs to be able to do that too. Particularly, I would hope with their own architecture, right? And this is why I know I get grilled, because I've always said I want SLS flying more, not less. And people hate it when I say that, but it's true.
This is also a shift because, I mean, if you were to go back, let's say, to the early days of NASA, Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, all of that, that's basically what you're talking about. Of they're, the ones that are getting in the game, working on, getting the hardware up, building it. They were more on the actual flight hardware and flight portion part before then going, all right, let's start outsourcing some of it, like, getting help building the lunar lander, things like that. So it's been a shift, especially since the end of Shuttle, when, they basically stopped designing the vehicle, and obviously there was Rockwell and other people that contributed to it. But it was kind of that shift of NASA's all in on all of the flight part to now NASA's focus is less on the flight part and more on the science and relying on private to do that job. If that makes sense. I think some people are still thinking the 60s mentality.
I think we need both of those things if we want to be sustainable. We tried one way with all government, and look where that got us. What makes you guys think that private spaceflight is going to be the same, or going to be different? Excuse me, sorry. It's
just based
like
on based on what we've seen so far, it is dramatically different.
Mm-hmm.
Is it though?
I would argue, yeah. I mean, it seems to be more efficient. It seems to be, I don't know if I want to say faster, but because there have been delays, right? Things take longer than you want them to always.
Almost whether like our next story we'll talk about, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
But yeah, I don't know. Cook, EJ,
Well,
Cook.
I mean, you guys, everybody, I see it in chat, and what you're saying, commercial can do it way faster. Commercial can do it way faster. I'm pretty sure NASA was challenged to put somebody on the moon in 1962 and did it in 1969. I have yet to see anyone go that fast in any type of uncharted space flight endeavor. Save for landing first stages, right? The propulsive landing of first stages. But I mean, like that, I think that is truly, we're us blazing our own trail, because everybody that's a spaceflight fan says like, oh, we got to go back to the moon, we got to do what Apollo did. No one has reused stages like SpaceX is doing. That's like truly its own thing. But I mean, guys, if you go and look at, something's firing.
EJ, you got so fired up that you caused an engine test at McGregor.
Yeah, speaking of blazing
it caught on
trail.
Fire. It caught on fire. It caught on fire.
Gotta love McGregor Live. I mean, yeah, I don't
like
really
I said,
anything further
you
to
go
add.
back and look at pictures, right? You go back and look at pictures of the early parts of the space program. Look at Convair's factory manufacturing Atlas D and Atlas E ICBMs. It's just lines, a production line of launch vehicles. And now, granted, that's for ICBMs. I get it. Like, not exactly the same, but that's crazy to think that, like, not crazy, but we're with, like, once again, Falcon 9 reuse, SpaceX reuse. That's definitely the anomaly here. But it's crazy to think that they didn't go this fast in the 60s. Of course they did. I mean, guys, we went from the B-17 to Concorde in less than 20 years. I get it. The Concorde and the B-17 is Boeing. Concorde is, British Aerospace and SNACMA. I get it. It's not the same companies, but the tech, we went from that to that in 20 years, right? Well, have we seen advances in aerospace like that in the last 20 years? I mean, yeah, you could make the argument in certain facets of it, right? But they definitely were cooking in the 60s, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, and we're seeing it with the commercial market now, but once again, you could look at the 90s as another perfect example. Everybody thought, oh, the commercial market's the solution. The commercial market's the solution in the 90s. Like, we're going to have Iridium, we're going to have civilian satellite networks, and it's going to be great. And then the dot-com bubble burst, and then Launch Demand went from hectic to nothing.
Right.
Overnight. Right? It went to nothing. Who knows we're everybody's here worried about NASA being subject to political winds. Well, guess what? Commercial sector is subject to the market, and the market does expand and contract.
Really quickly, I see Kevin Michael Reed is yelling in the back channel. how often is NASA testing engines? And SpaceX is testing engines multiple times a day at McGregor. That's, I mean,
yeah.
fair point, Kevin. Yes. In fact, we just saw that test on McGregor Live. Kevin also says commercialization creates competition. Competition drives innovation. I don't think any of us would really disagree with that, right? But
And by the way,
Kevin,
with the engines, how many vehicles is SpaceX currently building and using that needs 33 engines for the booster, and
Right.
then 6, soon to potentially be 9 for the ship? Whereas you're talking a couple of SLS vehicles, each of which take 4 engines.
Right.
So I feel like it's not a fair. That's apples and spacecraft. Totally
right. Yeah,
uncomparable.
that makes sense. SpaceX kind of has to do that given their rocket architecture. But I do agree that commercialization will hopefully drive competition, and then that drives costs down, and companies try and do new and innovative things.
I mean, the government can't leverage commercial once again. All right, I'm very careful with my words when it comes to this stuff. I'm talking about NASA operating spacecraft. NASA should still leverage the commercial space flight in the commercial aerospace industry to build rockets. In fact, the last time they did that, we put 6 flags on the moon, right? You can do both of these things. Yeah, dude. There's a roller coaster and everything, and then whalers on the moon.
Or whalers
carry
on the
a
moon.
harpoon.
Yeah. Thanks, EJ.
Right. So, yeah, I get it. What I'm telling you is that we need to do both of these things if we really want to make sure that we're going to hedge our bets against some politician being like, "No, I don't want this," or some, or scattering the commercial market to the winds and letting it, oh, there's a recession. Oh, no more space flight. Everybody pulled the plug in the late 90s on commercial space flight. That's actually we saw the L-70 mission. That's why Delta IV carried such a heavy price tag, because Delta IV was designed to be flown a lot and then wasn't.
Right.
That's part of the reason why it was like $400 million a pop, because you essentially have a race car that's designed to drive all the freaking time, and then you use it, I don't know, once a year.
Yeah, once every 18
think letting
months.
a car sit outside is bad? How about letting a launch pad sit outside and do nothing for like 6 months every year?
See,
That's not good.
Someone was trying to ask me. Someone was trying to ask me why did Delta IV Heavy scrub so much, and I was like, well, there's a lot of different reasons, but I would think top of mind, at least based on the number of scrubs I've seen from Delta IV Heavy, is it kind of helps when you use your launch pad fairly often and can work out any kinks or bugbears versus using it once every year and a half. Some stuff's gonna rust, some swing arms aren't gonna swing, some nitrogen pipelines aren't gonna pipeline. I'm a boggled mind. That's my title. I'm a boggled mind. I mean, yeah, my mind is pretty constantly boggled.
May just be the coffee.
Let's see. Steve Kalovic, thank you for the super chat. They're asking, to Jack and Sawyer, what type of photography did you do prior to joining NSF? And do you guys ever argue about Canon versus Nikon or other brands? I love to do a good tribalism for fun. So of course Canon's way better than Nikon, but really the best camera is the one that you have on you.
Right, which the best one I have on me is Nikon, because that's the best one. I mean, it has my picture quality. My picture quality looks great, right? Because this is actually from a Nikon DSLR hooked up to my computer.
Yeah. But yeah, I shoot Canon, Sawyer shoots Nikon. Before spaceflight, honestly, that was like one of the first things I pointed my camera at back when I lived in Florida. But before all of this, the thing I would shoot the most is nature, landscape, astrophotography, time lapse, that kind of thing, and jets, lots and lots of jets. Sawyer, what about you? This is like a palate. It's like a palate cleanser question.
For me, it kind of started off again. I'm part of a space podcast, or was basically called Talking Space, and I mean, we started there as media in 2010, 2011. So I've been at that press site now for 13 years, which is crazy to think. But in that time, we're an audio show, not video. So I kind of just messed around with the photography and got used to that. Then, some of the landscapes and things around the house, and basically then anything else space related. So yeah, that's kind of where that went. It actually started with rockets. and now continues, just with a lot better gear and a lot better knowledge of how cameras work.
Right. Oh man, if I every now and then I'll go down memory lane and look at some of the older pictures I took, even of like the SN8 or SN6, and I'm just like, man, or Starhopper. Like, if I had the gear now then that I have now,
Yes. Yes.
Cool. Well, let's do a couple MSR questions, and then we have a special viewer question that we want to ask our viewers. But Rory is asking, didn't we get samples from an asteroid? And I think the implication there is, if we got samples back from an asteroid, uh, why is it so much harder from Mars, or why can't we do it from Mars? And I mean, that's a whole topic unto itself. Mars has an atmosphere. Mars has gravity that's significant. Um, yeah, it's not as easy as, hey, we got samples from an asteroid, let's get samples from Mars. But I think Alex's point earlier that we should have focused on a simpler mission first and then done multiple sample returns ramping to a more complex mission, that just seems like, crawl, walk, run. Like, that's how you do development. I can talk good.
That's essentially, if I may, but in here that's essentially what also happened with the sample return from an asteroid. You first send a flyby mission, orbiter, and then you go and actually scoop. It was for different asteroids. It was not for the same asteroid, which actually probably let them be able to gather more data on how to operate this kind of a spacecraft. But you know, you just don't go out and be like, oh, I really need this special asteroid in whatever. Like they chose like a very simple, basic carbonaceous. I think that's a word. Essentially, a carbon base or carbon rich asteroid. Which, to be fair, they're very simple and very common and whatever and everything. But it's also sort of the most interesting ones because they have probably organic molecules and whatnot. But for example, if in the future we want to, I don't know, do something like with Psyche, which is more metallic, how is it going to look like? Well, you first go and see one of these asteroids, how they actually look like, and what else you can do to be able to gather material from there. And then you do an asteroid sample return mission. And that's the whole deal with this, that we didn't do that with Mars. Like, sure, we went out there, we sent rovers and whatnot, but at no point we were like, oh, let's do something that is simpler. Like, let's not be picky about the samples and like just do something much more simpler earlier. And then the other thing, like at no point that was even in anyone's minds. Like, no, we really want to find life. And it's like, well, if you don't find life, trying to find a very specific kind of material and everything will look like you're basically a clown, essentially. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that, but it's like, if at the end of the day it turns out that those samples don't have any life or anything like it, sure, they may have some potentiality, like they are more probable because of the location and everything, but and at the end of the day, gathering anything from Mars, it would be such a huge difference than not having anything
Right.
from anywhere.
Can I be annoying for a second and say that yes, I care about finding if there's life or was life anywhere else in the solar system. Um, there's so many more interesting things that I think a sample return mission could teach us, just like geology wise or planet formation wise. Like, yes, I want to know if there was ever microbial life on Mars, but to me, it seems almost like a no brainer. Like, even if it's not Mars, it's another celestial body. Even if it's not in our own solar system, there's just so many planets, there's so many stars, etc. Like, yes, there is absolutely microbial life elsewhere in the universe. That's not a question in my mind. So I'm less motivated by that question than I am like, how and why did our solar system form the way that it did.
And in fact, I may add to that, and you have a very great point. For the moon, for example, obviously we know that there's even lower chances of life existing on the moon. But the way that we are sending people back to the moon, we're sending them to the South Pole where we know there's ice, and we're sending precursor missions there to scoop up some of the ice and like look out for the ice and do some early in situ resource utilization experiments. Like, where is all of that on Mars? The only thing is Moxie on Perseverance, right? Like, the only thing that even comes close to that, in my opinion at least, is like Percy has this sort of little experiment where they turned some of the CO2 in the atmosphere into oxygen, but that was it. It was like a few grams, and
Right.
and that was it. There's
I feel
no
like
there's no sample mission to gather like ice from the polar regions of Mars, or like trying to dig very deep and trying to like they tried that with InSight and it failed. Like, let's send another one, right?
right.
Let's send something that can actually work this time around, and like let's do all of these things. We know that we're gonna be sending people in whatever decade, but it's going to be in the future. Let's start working on that. Let's prepare for that. It's not just the life or even the science and stuff. We know at one point there's going to be people there. You also need the science for that. And like the perchlorates, for example, on the surface, and how it'll relate with doing growing plants on the surface of Mars and all of that
Right.
stuff. Like, there's so much more science that you can do that is just not let's find life. Like,
Right. Well, see, that's the thing is NASA is in, I feel like, a weird um, gray zone almost, where they know that like one of the things that the public is hype about is finding out about the existence of life off Earth. But they also are extremely hesitant and careful whenever they discuss these things because they don't want to, you know, I guess sound the alien bell super loud. Like they want to be a legitimate science thing, and so they're always like, this isn't a life-finding mission. This is just a mission that will happen to determine if the conditions were right for life, that sort of thing. And it's like they're in this weird limbo where they simultaneously use this as a reason for these missions and as a way to get the public hyped, but then like don't go whole hog on it. So yeah, I don't know. We're a little bit off the rails, but hey, look, here's me with hair. All right, that's all you get.
Oh my gosh, you got the actual picture
What?
out?
What
You know
was
LSR is
that?
going to gift that for the end of the
Oh my
episode.
God.
Probably.
What was that?
Probably.
Oh.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat said proof or it never happened, so I had to do it.
I was totally going to say something, but my mind is now just full of Jack's hair. So
Sorry.
Let's move on.
Sorry. Hey, what are you doing? Quit that. Cut that out, Kevin. Bideford, thank you for the support. They say, EJ, face it, America, all possible companies, we are racing against each, but SpaceX will win the race. We will beat NASA. Hugs. A rebuttal, EJ, or a comment?
Who sent stuff to the moon? Who sent a human-rated spacecraft to the moon? Who hasn't? NASA's job isn't to make a reusable booster. Remember that. It's to get back to the moon. And I think they're winning in that regard at this moment in time. Don't get me wrong. I hope more than probably you do that this statement ages very poorly. But can't argue with results.
Matthias, thank you for
It's a
gifting
good
a red
question,
team
though.
membership. Justin Crippen, I wonder if they're Bob's kid.
I was just thinking that when I saw the name scroll by.
Yeah, I can't see Crippen and not
Nice.
think of the legendary Bob Crippen. Thank you, Justin, for the support. You have a cool last name, buddy. And Matthias again gifting a red team membership. Thank you all. Like once again, can't do. Hey! Chris Bergen is screenshotting things in the back. Quit that, Chris. There's proprietary information on that screenshot. So yeah, that's MSR. I mean, we could probably talk about MSR for another like 2 hours, but
But I think we MSR running out of time to talk about it.
right. Thank you, Sawyer. You're the best, Sawyer. Hey! Cut that out.
Well, that's what you did, right? You cut out all the hair?
Yeah, actually. My dad was like, when are you going to shave your head? When are you going to cut your hair? Your hair's too long. And one day I was, the bald spot was starting to grow. And I was like, fine, Dad. And I cut it all off. And it never grew back. Can we get rid of it? All right. You're making me regret my decisions now. Man, I had Riz.
That's a bold claim.
You didn't. You didn't
Not
just
anymore.
say that, did
I'm
you?
not saying I do now, but I did then. Stop
I
it.
can say it.
Oh. That's funny. It just keeps coming back.
I regret everything. I really should. Stop it. We had rails. We were doing really
Don't
good.
stop.
Things were on
Don't
topic.
stop.
We were having substantive discussions. Oh God. All right, so
Well,
let's.
now we can say that photo is here to stay.
That's pretty. I'm not
If,
even mad.
if we're going this far off the rails, the puns are coming back in full force.
So, we do have, as I mentioned, a question for our viewers. Viewers, what should we call this show?
So vague.
Gigliarananamasamakan.
I mean, hey, that's pretty good. But yeah,
Bon Scott.
I think we're all sort of thinking the show needs a separate name from NSF Live, because NSF Live is like the CEO interviews and the scientist interviews and the museum shows. What?
And then there's us.
And then there's us. Yeah, right. So like, Chad, I don't know. Any suggestions? Like, what do you think? Spirit Voyager is saying Rant Fridays.
I mean,
Bideford says NSF off the rail. Hayden says Sawyer's Pun Pit.
ooh, I'm in. I like that name.
I'm
Done.
out. I'm out.
No,
off the moon
vetoed.
rails. Friday night flights.
A lot of things about rails.
Beards.
I like the flame trench.
I do like the flame trench a lot.
This is where NSF's combustion byproducts just get deposited right onto this fun stream right here.
I like it. I know. I of all the names that we have thrown around, I think Flame Trench has my personal vote. But I'm really curious to see what chat says. Rocket Rambles, Bacon and Rockets.
Well, we've got NSF horsing around from NASA Spaceflight Official.
Of course, of course.
Pun token awarded, sir.
I have one proposal from like a long time ago.
Off the flight path is pretty good. What's your proposal, Alex?
So I tried to make like a funny kind of acronym, like backronym kind of thing. So my idea was to call it the FTS show, and that was because it was going to be folks talking space, and it's like it just makes so much sense because it's like everything just goes off the rails, and you're like, FTS, we need like a big red button with the FTS button. I don't know.
All right. I mean, I'd be on board. We could have like explosion graphics.
Oh yeah, bring back the what was that one where you did the thumbs up and it did the fireworks thing?
It's not working.
There we go.
There it goes. Hey!
There we go.
It's the stupidest feature. It's the stupidest Apple feature they've ever done. I'm looking at chat. I'm trying to see Static Fire, NSF Raw, Sawyer Soot,
NSF Raw.
the waffle.
It's orange.
Flaming Fridays, Space Dome like Thunderdome, Tolkien Space, Space Debris, Off the Rails or Off Nominal. Isn't Off Nominal already a thing?
Yeah, probably.
It's also probably not a great thing because I mean we ourselves
NSF
are off nominal, but
raw.
NSF is great.
Eric says NSF WTF. I think we generally try and be more family friendly, so that one's probably out. Flame Trench Show FTS. I like the Flame Trench. It's like, hey guys, welcome to the Flame Trench. Let's get roasted, and
Well,
then we
when
can
you
roll the intro.
You think of FTS, you think of things blowing up, which that's not. I mean, we'd love to blow up in terms of viewership and virality. So
Right.
share and like and comment, but yeah, otherwise no.
Flame Trench Friday. NSF Chaos updates.
Update: there is still chaos.
But yeah, if you guys have, feel free to, like I said at the top of the show, we're still sort of tinkering with the format, and we just changed the timing this week. So, if you have any suggestions or thoughts, put them in the comments or put them in the member Discord. If you're in the member Discord, Capcom level and above, come say hey. We appreciate all the feedback as we continue to try and refine what
I like
this
that
show
one.
is. So
The rapid unscheduled discussion.
Ooh,
That's good. That's good, Beta
call it
Watcher. I
Ruds.
like that one.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's a
Just
good
don't
one.
use This Week in Spaceflight, because that's already taken.
Right. And yes.
It's
Oh,
already
it's
taken.
something that you should watch. Yes, This Week
I
in
do
Spaceflight.
It's also on Fridays though, so yeah.
If your NSF Live routine is not watch Twists, get in the member Discord for the pre-show, watch NSF Live, watch the post-show in the Discord, and then whatever else you have going on in your life. I don't know what you're like. We have a pantheon of content for you on Fridays, so hopefully you guys like it. But
Jack,
next
would
week
you
it'll
say we
be
have a
Starlink, so it's gonna be Twist, then NSF Live, in the middle of NSF Live, Starlink, and also the pre-show, the post-show. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of things.
Jack, would you say we have a plethora of content?
yes, I'm not getting the reference, but yes.
Jack, what is a plethora?
It's a lot.
Okay.
Yeah,
We
I
have a
don't.
plethora.
It's sorry, buddy. It's over my head.
No, it's all right.
I can't get all the references.
Oh, I
It's
saw
good.
one NSF to Aux.
Ooh, I kind of like
That's
that.
pretty cool.
I kind of like that. It's got a ring to it. Chad is asking for a poll. Kevin or Bergen, somebody put a poll in there.
Well, and just to note, this is not official. We could very well pull a NASA for the Node 3 naming contest. You remember there was a whole naming contest to name Node 3, and the winner was Colbert after Stephen Colbert, but NASA decided not to go with it. Instead, they did go with the Combined Operational Load-Bearing External Resistance Treadmill.
Colbert.
So Colbert got a treadmill on the space station instead. So this is not binding. We could very well pull a NASA and switch things up, and I don't know, maybe we can name an E-mode after whatever.
All right, wait. So let's. What should the 4 options be for the poll? Flame Trench is one. NSF to Aux was good.
Yeah, I like that one.
What else? What else was good that came through? I'm trying to remember.
How about the Lagrangian point? Basically, the spaceflight equivalent of a toilet bowl.
Are you calling us a toilet bowl?
Yeah.
That's a pretty crap name.
Yeah. See, it works.
Let's see.
Jay?
What?
Huh?
What?
Rocket, quit showing that. Will you quit showing that?
Just
Let me
make
hear
that the
Jack
name.
jump scare.
When Jack had hair, that's the name.
Hair today, gone tomorrow. Am I right?
Oh.
Wasn't that
EJ,
the name
don't
of the
laugh at
barber
that.
shop?
It's not funny. Why would you
That was
laugh
the name
at
of a.
that?
That was the name of a barber shop in an episode of Doug.
Was it Doug?
Yeah.
I think it
Nice.
was Doug, yeah.
What a classic. Although not the Disney version, just the original
Oh,
Nickelodeon.
no.
No.
Thank you, yes.
The Disney version was a travesty. Anyways, poll questions. What is?
We got Spacey McSpaceface, there you go.
I like rapid unscheduled discussion.
I think that's
pretty
already
funny.
a thing.
It is taken.
Yeah. Damn.
NSF off
NSF
the rails.
Raw is awesome.
NSF normal Friday.
Raw.
I mean, I do kind of like NSF raw.
Not raw.
I like it cooked, honestly, medium rare.
Nope.
So-
NSF
That's
sushi.
good. That's
Well
getting
done.
vetoed. Raw got vetoed.
NSF
Yeah.
hot
Well
stage.
Well done.
Yeah.
Lost in L2.
People that like their steaks well done, well, we ask them politely but firmly to leave.
I'm looking for one more. One more.
Oh, wasn't there one that was like off the flight path or something?
That's I do remember that one. That's a good one.
Stubby.
Stubby,
No.
stubby discussions.
That'd be bad.
Oh,
Nominal. Off nominal. That's too close to off nominal, which is already a thing.
Yeah.
Here, coming over from Twitch chat, the flame bucket.
I like flame bucket.
Yeah.
I like buckets of things.
Do you smell that? It's like brains being melted.
I've been called a flame bucket
Overthinking
before.
things.
You guys ever watch the that footage of the Delta 2 launching GPS 2
That exploded,
2R?
like, right off the
Yeah,
pad.
we've had an anomaly.
Yeah.
Can we call
Isn't
it
that the one where like cars in the parking lot got roasted and
Oh yeah.
But that was,
That was nuts.
pre-Jake from State Farm, unlike the house from earlier in the show.
I did not know your cat works at State Farm.
That's why he's not here today. He's got his red polo on. He's gonna have to take it off and then come in.
All right, so we do have a
And
poll. It's a non-binding poll. We're not gonna like abide by the results of it, but this will help inform us as we make our decision. I'm going to vote for Flame Trench. Although I feel like it should be the Flame Trench. I think it should have a the, but that's just me.
I like NSF to Aux. That's my vote.
NSF to Aux is pretty classy. I like that one. Cool.
Apollo 12 reference. I love it. We'll let that run and see.
And we could use the soundbite from the intro.
True.
All right, well, Sawdog, let's talk about. I don't know if I've ever called you that on air. Well, I just did.
I was gonna say, why did you do that?
Because it's his name. Sawdog, tell us about Starliner, good buddy.
Oh, all right. Yes. So, Starliner is now successfully made it atop its Atlas V rocket that will hopefully send humans into space on board their capsule for the first time. This is about a decade and a half in the making at this point. But yes, at the middle of the night, basically on Tuesday, they rolled it out. You could see we had our team out there getting footage as well of the capsule on its way, named Calypso. And it's worth noting that this capsule has actually flown once before. This flew on the first orbital flight test that they did, which kind of went horribly wrong, but they at least got the capsule back. There was a whole problem with the clock that was on board was way off, so the burn didn't happen at the right time, went into a totally wrong orbit. They ended up, having it land back in the desert and recover it.
Yeah, that was
They
the
then
old
did-
mission elapsed timer, right?
Yep, exactly. That was in 2019. Then in 2022, they did their second orbital flight test, which took a little bit to get there. There was kind of some water in some valves that were a serious issue, which, it's Florida, it's humid, it rains, so it's a little odd. But they worked that out, got the second flight test, and now they said, all right, we're ready for crew, which you see the two crew members right there. You've got Sunita, Suni Williams, and you've got Barry, Butch Wilmore on the right. They will be set to fly, hopefully, May 6th, which is currently scheduled for 10:34 p.m. liftoff from Space Launch Complex 41. And this rocket in particular is always a fun configuration. It is called an N-22. So N for no fairing, because, it's a capsule instead. 2 solid rocket motors on the side, and then 2 of those upper stage engines. We're normally used to only seeing 1, but this is the rare double Centaur engine upper stage. So it has been quite a while to make this happen, but this is really important for A, redundancy, and B, this would be the first time in the U.S. space program's history that we have 2 active vehicles launching people into space. So it's not just Shuttle or just Apollo. The fact that you have SpaceX Crew Dragon alternating, hopefully starting next year, with Starliner for bringing crews up into space. As of right now, the plan eventually will be to have 4 seats, potentially with a 5th that they can add on, which can either go to NASA or to a private mission, to a private person that pays to go up. So there's a couple of different options with it, but hopefully we'll see that first full flight with the 6-month stay coming up. For now, this one planned to be just a little over a week.
Got it. And I do want to mention that this video is from our own D. Weiss. Thank you, D, for shooting this love to see this, that we were able to get members of the Cape team out and document this rollout.
Weast? I thought you said
Weiss?
East.
Oh, I don't. I'm realizing I've never actually said their name on
It's
air.
Ease.
Okay, thank you.
How did you get
and also
Weiss
reference
from that?
acknowledged.
Yeah.
What, EJ?
How did you get Weiss from that?
I don't know. I'm bad at
W-I-S-E. Weast.
I'm bad at this. Just
It's not a
accept it.
boulder,
We'll move
Sawyer.
on.
It's a rock.
Cool. Well, Starliner, long time coming.
Yeah.
Hopefully this flight goes well, and like you said, Slayer, we can have dissimilar redundancy with our crewed capsules. And
Look at you with your $5 words.
yeah, look at me go. It's like I have a brain sometimes or something. But yeah, did we get like any sort of updates on the whole flammable tape thing? Like, what did they do there? They just tear out all the tape and then call it good, put in new tape? Not a big deal?
Yeah, for those who don't remember, one of the other issues they had was when looking into all the systems, they realized that some of the tape that they used could potentially be flammable, which flames plus, a more oxygen-rich type environment in space equals a very bad thing. So they obviously want to try and prevent that. There was also questions about the parachute system. So it's been a lot of little things that have kind of delayed this. So it's not like it's one big, oh, this is what caused the program to take this long to get here. It's been kind of a mix of little things that keep pushing it and pushing it. But they haven't given an official update other than they were going to look into it and I believe try and replace some of it. But the big thing will be the flight readiness review coming up shortly. That's hopefully when they can say, hey, here's what we did to fix it. Here's what we're doing to make it safe so that these two on your screen right now get up to the space station and come on back home. And also fun to note, again, slightly different from SpaceX, who, there's a lot of people out there I know, even in NSF, who are very anti marine assets. This does not land in water. It lands using an airbag system on land. So that'll be cool too.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully that answered it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, you dude, that was good. There is actually, I had some thoughts about this, and I know people are just dying to hear that.
I want to hear.
Oh, people are just dying to hear that. Like you talked about the tape, Sawyer, right? So Boeing did have a press conference. I mean, it was, I don't know, probably like 6 months ago or something, where they did talk about the tape. They didn't have to replace the tape on the entire spacecraft. It was only in certain areas by certain components where the tape could possibly be flammable. And it's very interesting because you talked about that, and I saw a bunch of people in chat say, "Oh, Starliner sucks." But I'd like to point out that Boeing is the one that caught, through good testing, Boeing is the one that caught that the tape could potentially be flammable in certain areas after the supplier for said tape said it wouldn't. They were doing a lot of good testing on that capsule. I mean, I personally don't want my spaceship to catch on fire. The last time that happened, they had a little bit of a problem.
Right.
That's not a good thing.
I commend
make sure to actually
Boeing.
Tighten things in their door. So
Yeah,
any door plugs are actually tightened.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, you went there. Wow.
I mean, I'm glad that
spicy.
I'm glad that Boeing caught it, like you said, EJ. But I think some of the grumbling is coming from people who would hope that it have not happened in the first place versus something that would have needed to be caught.
Once again, if I disagree wholeheartedly. That's the kind of stuff you do want to catch. If the supplier says that the tape doesn't catch on fire and then it catch on fire, well, that's you doing your homework as an engineer. It's a little more complicated than that. I disagree. I think that's the stuff you want to find. Like
I'm not saying don't find it. I'm just saying, like, why was it found so late?
Dude, you're always going to find stuff. You're always going to learn new things about your spacecraft. Always. Like stirring the tanks when the Teflon seal's cracked on your oxygen tank could make it pop after somebody drops it. You're always going to learn something. You're always going to learn a good way to not do space flight. I mean, I think speaks to the 180 that they've since taken since 2019 in the OFC-1 mission. They're, the whole Starliner program's really under a microscope right now. And I think even now, it will be until they get to operational flights. I think that's a good thing. That's what was required after somebody forgot to synchronize watches. But yeah, to, put it a little bluntly, but I think that's good. I don't think Starliner is a particularly bad idea. I think it's a good, well-designed vehicle. It's just every vehicle is going to have some type of teething problems.
Yeah, that's fair.
You're supposed to catch this. This is the kind of stuff you want to catch because you don't want to go to launch it and have problems, right? Like, good case in point here. That, I think it's very, interesting that even when we see, everybody's just willing to dump on Starliner and say, oh, it's a piece of junk, right? Like, when there's been pretty damn clear-cut evidence here of, some engineers on that team really busting tail to make sure that capsule works correctly.
Yeah, I mean, you've got people's lives on it. That changes everything. As soon as you put the meat bags on board, that's when, the extra scrutiny comes in. So even if it is, the tape isn't that big a deal. It was something that is kind of industry standard, so they weren't the only ones that had to change out the tape, but it was still something that they had to look at. But in general, I mean, this additional vehicle is kind of needed. It's exactly what...
Absolutely.
It doesn't seem like it, but yeah, it's going to have its teething problems. So did Crew Dragon. I mean, they've had valve issues. They had, let's say, urine that was underneath the floorboards that was found from broken toilets on board.
And let's not forget the exploded capsule, too.
Oh, yeah,
nitrogen.
Giant spicy orange cloud, generally a bad thing.
Yeah, so, nitrogen tetroxide flowing backwards through valves and then acting as a slug and combining with titanium. Titanium makes great solid rocket fuel under certain conditions.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think the difference in the two vehicles is, SpaceX has been flying a lot more. So they catch the issues, they know how the vehicle works more, so they can do quick fixes on it. Whereas something like Starliner, again, which hasn't gotten as much flight time, it's going to take a little more scrutiny, a little more work in between missions. Once they get into the flow, I mean, SpaceX has launched 9 missions for NASA, if you include DM1, in addition to all the private missions. Boeing has not flown one yet. So once they get into the groove, that's when things start to go more smoothly.
Yeah, and I think we all agree, we're all on the same page, like having redundancy is important and good, and Starliner is a good capsule. And will be a useful asset to our space program and to our crewed space program. I don't think anybody here is disputing that. Like, redundancy, good. We don't like having all our eggs in one basket.
Yeah, absolutely.
The real question comes down to then, and I want to see what you guys think of this, of why do we keep it then? How come we didn't either scrap it long ago for something different, or why are we still pushing ahead with a capsule that's basically 15 years delayed?
15 years delayed.
From inception, we'll say. From 15 years, inception to flying.
Wait, what? Wait, Starliner came around for the Commercial Crew Program in 2014. Am I missing something? Hold on.
I thought they had discussed that they were going to plan to do it in the original, 2010, 2011 realm. Or am I mistaken by a few years?
Well, I mean, yeah, there's planning to, and then there's actually getting the funding to do it, right? I'm not trying to be a jerk. They had that concept as a long time,
10 years,
right?
if it's 2014.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, no, I get you. I mean, yeah, actually, I saw somebody in chat, even when I was talking about it, say that Boeing gets cost plus contracts. Starliner is firm fixed pricing, believe it or not, and I would contend to say that was a really bad solution. Yeah, firm fixed pricing for development's not a smart decision because you don't know how much it's going to cost. Goes back to what we were talking about with mission architectures previously. How the heck do you know how much it's going to cost? You don't. Nobody does because it hasn't been done, right?
Yeah, I mean, the knee-jerk reaction is firm fixed price good, but firm fixed price good for production, not necessarily development. Would you agree?
No, absolutely. For development, cost plus makes perfect sense. I mean, you guys, just because, this is easy to say that cost plus is bad. It's really easy to say that this is a bad idea. It's a bad idea because NASA has, by law, has to tell you where and what they're spending money on. So you get to see basically a full financial audit of NASA's finances, right? We get budget breakdowns every year, right? SpaceX does not need to do that. They're not beholden to shareholders. It's not a publicly traded company, but you'd be crazy to think that they haven't poured additional venture capital into developing vehicles because it didn't initially cost as much as they thought it would. Now, if you're going to make the argument that that's a better way to do it and it gets it done faster, well, yeah, that's fair. I would say that's a fair argument. Sure, absolutely. But, I think that a firm fixed price for development that can't be a good idea. I mean, once again, this isn't a slight against SpaceX by any means. The Dragon that flew in the DM1 mission, they had a hull loss. There's no way you're recovering from a hull loss on a fixed price contract. That's not happening. It's not going to happen, right? And especially because it's development for a capsule. SpaceX probably had to pony up, and Boeing had to pony up their own money up to the tune of like 400 million to fly a second orbital flight test, right? And don't get me wrong, these companies should they should have to pay up if they're not fulfilling their end of the contract. But are you setting them up to fail by doing fixed pricing for development of capsules? Because it's very clear, like what we saw with the Mars sample return, that people are going to overpromise to get a contract. See what I'm talking about? I don't think that's wise.
Full circle there. And again, it is worth noting that Boeing did eat the cost for the second orbital flight test.
They did pony up, yep.
Yeah, they covered that. They realized that they kind of messed up on the first one. And again, with that fixed price contract, they're going to take a hit. I mean,
they had like a $1 billion or $2 billion write-off that one quarter because of it, or something along those lines.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's safe to say that Boeing so far has lost money on Starliner at the moment. So,
I mean, you're going to incur any type of technical debt with any spacecraft. I would argue that we're still making up for the technical debt that we spent for Apollo 50 plus years ago, right? We ever make our return on investment from that? The only way to do that would be to launch more Saturn V's. Yeah, we didn't do that. Oops.
Don't remind me.
So many sighs this episode. My goodness.
Oh, dude, you wanted spicy. You want spicy. We got spicy.
Right.
Well, I'm spicy. I had some spicy jalapeno poppers before going on air.
There we go.
So that's why I'm spicy tonight.
Unlike last week, can we not talk about food? Because I'm going to get very hungry again. In fact, Chris Net in chat says, pitch for a new show. It will have food, grill cams, and beer. It will be called NSF Burgers and Beer. I'm here for it. I'd be here for it.
I'll agree with you guys. Let's do it.
Let's grill up some food.
Das, is that grill cam again?
Is that BAV? Burgers and beer?
Bab.
Oh, come on. Don't show me when I'm like off camera.
Oh, you love it when Kevin shows me when I'm like eating a sandwich or something, but when it's you, it's too... Gunfox61, thank you for the support. They say, let's go old school Starbase Live. But that's already a thing. Zorg FX Guy, thank you for the super chat. They say, for NSF's sustainability. Thank you. And Musical Wolves, thank you for the support. They say, will the new schedule for U.S. spacecrafts to the ISS be taking turns? So one Starliner, then one Dragon. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Yep.
You got it.
Nice.
In fact, for this one, the plan is, because you've got CRS-30 up there, I believe still, so that's going to come down. And once that comes down, then the current Dragon crew that came up is going to move their Dragon capsule to the port where the cargo Dragon was. And in turn, then Boeing's vehicle is going to dock where the crew Dragon was, if that makes any sense. So it's a space station shuffle, but that won't be the case all the time. It will be basically 6 months between missions of you get Crew Dragon, then you get Starliner. Crew Dragon, Starliner, and obviously if one's not ready, the other is.
Yeah. Well, here's hoping that the launch goes well. Speaking of launching Starliner, Philip Howell's asking, what rocket do you think Starliner will fly on when they use all the Atlas Vs? What's the plan there? Because there's only so many Atlas Vs left.
I would have to be Vulcan, you'd think, right?
That's what I would think.
Because Vulcan already does have, again, the dual upper stage Centaur engine configurations. You've got somewhat similar architecture. I mean, obviously, it's going to have to be crew rated again, like Atlas was, which it's worth noting that Atlas was crew rated about 50 years ago, just a very different version of Atlas. But I mean, same pad, same gear. You've already built the escape system for the tower. Why not just use Vulcan?
Yeah, makes sense. Speaking of, that's not a good segue. The poll. The poll is still in chat. So if you have not voted on the name poll, currently the Flame Trench is winning. NSF to Ox is in third. NSF off the rails is in second, and NSF the Flame Bucket is in fourth. Again, non-binding, but it will help us brainstorm and inform our decisions. One more Starliner question here. I do not know how to pronounce this name. I apologize, but they are asking how much is reused in Starliner. What's the reuse story with Starliner? Also, hi Jake.
Yep. The capsule is reusable.
Yep.
But the sorry, a little distracted there. But the kind of like upper stage that goes with it, with all the extra life
Service
support
module.
and that stuff, those are different every time.
Got it. Oh, what a buddy. Cool. Well,
And it's just his head this time.
Yep.
Well,
yep.
shall we?
Yep.
Shall we move on? I'm like so distracted by the cat. Every time.
We're on the internet. Yeah, you
It's
have
orange.
to be. Isn't
He's
that the
orange.
Aw,
It's orange?
No.
Oh, Jake, he's so on brand. Cool.
They love
Well,
you.
I guess we should talk about the giant, several hundred-ton elephant, stainless steel elephant in the room, Starship.
Come on, I'm not that big. Oh, okay.
You're made out of metal.
Are you made
No,
out
in
of?
fact-
Are you made out of stainless steel?
No, you have to raise your chair up, so you're definitely not.
There you
Well,
go.
not yet, but I guess when I grow old and I have to I don't know, like replace my hip or something. I don't know. Anyways, continue. I was trying to make a joke, but it didn't go so well.
No, Alex. I mean, you're here to be our dissenter in chief, also to talk with us about what's going on with Starship. So, where are we? When is this thing going to launch? Do we think it's going to launch in early May? What is next up in the testing flow, if anything? Just lay it on us, buddy. Where are we at with Starship? And chat, if you have any Starship questions, throw them in chat at NASA Spaceflight. Now is the time for the Starship question time.
Yeah, so I'm actually gonna go ahead and not talk about that. And sorry, I just had like a little fly in my room. But yeah, can we put like my screen full shot, please? Like this thing here. I know it's the same camera, but like I'm trying to let Kevin. I want to talk first about this, and then let's go to the other things.
You want to
There we
go all
go.
weatherman?
Yeah. Look, here we go. See, I can actually do this and be like, "Hey, so what is this thing that they have removed from the overall tank farm, like from all the way here?" Well, this is the one of the shells that was on this tank over there, and this was, I think, it is shell 6. uh, the, the, they have like different numbers and everything, but essentially this was one of the shells that was here. They're removing that tank. This was part of the, there's like 8 tanks over there, 8 vertical, well, there was 8 vertical tanks there at that part of the launch site. And so what happens is that, well, those vertical tanks are not that good, and they're replacing them by what Elon calls hot dog tanks. They are horizontal tanks. They have been installing a bunch of them already for a while. 2 of them had already been removed before Flight 3, essentially between Flight 2 and Flight 3, because they were not needed. One of them was only just the shell, and it was initially built just for water, but, well, let's say that it was not built up to spec, and it started leaking and everything, and, well, yeah, it did not go that well. So it was not even being used at any point. So the removal wasn't really that much of an effect. It didn't have an effect, appreciable effect on the whole tank farm. There was another tank that was removed that hang on, no, that was more or less where that lift is there, but it's no longer there because it was obviously removed. And it was very similar to the other one that is now being removed. And this one and the other one that they removed here, those two were going to be liquid methane vertical tanks. But well, let's say that SpaceX never built those up to code for the regulations that are in Texas. Yes, somehow Texas has regulations. Uh, but there you can see there that shell. And so those two tanks were removed. The big shell with just the water tank. Then the other one, which was very similar to this one as well, essentially built the same in the same manner, with one inner shell being the main tank, and then another outer shell to just protect, insulate, and everything. The goal was to have those as this one and the other one that I was talking about as liquid methane tanks. That was not the case at all. They converted them essentially into the water tanks because the other one that was supposed to be the water tank was leaking. Then they had to find some place to have water. That water is not used for the deluge system, by the way. Those tanks are on another location. It will be essentially where I am relative to that. See, it works both because on both cameras it will be sort of where I am located right now, but like yeah, it's off the screen. So yeah, no, not here, Kevin. I meant that where you put me before, if you were to pan to the right, that camera, that's where the deluge system, the tanks for those will be located. But essentially, that's the whole deal with those tanks. They are being removed. Methane, it was going to be methane tanks, then converted to water tanks. But it's not the only tank that is being removed. They're also removing the other tank as well later down the line. It's already been marked. Even the lights have been removed and everything. So they have already removed a lot of the hardware. You see that they are also. This is the funniest thing of this removal is that after flight 2, they removed these two tanks that I was mentioning before, and those were in front of these two that are being sort of marked for removal, and they are sort of in the line of sight from like in between two of the legs of the orbital launch mount. The legs kind of shield the other part of those tanks. And so what happened was that the other two that they removed originally, they got bent out of shape. Even though there was no debris or anything on flight 2, they were sort of in the line of sight and line of fire of those Raptor engines because they were in between two of the orbital launch mount legs, and so they were bent and everything. When they removed those, now these other two were in the line of sight, and they reinforced them for flight 3, and now they're removing them. So those reinforcements were only for one flight, which is hilarious. But it also explains why they removed this shell in the way that they removed it, because those reinforcements were only on one side of the shell, and so that means the whole mass balance and everything was skewed to one side, and that's why you see they cut it less, I guess, on one side, the one with the reinforcements, and they cut more on the other side, which doesn't have the reinforcements, and so that balances the whole mass of this mess. It's a massive mess.
Alex,
Yes,
Alex, why are we talking about the tank farm? Why do we care?
because it's very important. Yeah, I know. It's a long story. It's a long thing. I will probably talk about it in more detail. The whole thing on Starbase update. It's not gonna be me though. It's gonna be Adrian. So, haha. Good luck, Adrian. But it's very.
he'll just watch this and then write it down.
But yeah, it's very important because the whole tank farm is now being renovated. They have installed new tanks, at least I believe 4 liquid nitrogen tanks and 5 liquid oxygen tanks, or maybe the other way around. It's 5 of one type and 4 of the other. Those are essentially to the right of where these shell is now being located. But yeah, and so those tanks are eventually going to be replacing the liquid nitrogen tanks and liquid oxygen tanks on the tank farm. and that's essentially the importance of it, that they're no longer going to be using these vertical tanks. For now, it's going to be only those two vertical tanks. One of them, again, was being used for water. The other one that is being earmarked to be removed is a liquid nitrogen tank, but those extra tanks that I just mentioned before are coming online. So they no longer need the vertical tank, one of the vertical tanks for liquid nitrogen. And later down the line, we expect, by Flight 5, for example, more of the horizontal tanks will come online, and then more of the vertical tanks will probably go away, especially once the liquid oxygen tanks go online on the horizontal side of things. Then the vertical tanks for the liquid oxygen side of things will probably go away. So, and
So
we'll
how
no
does
longer
this
see those things.
so how does this affect the next flight, or does it not because they've already installed those new tanks? Like,
Well,
does
the way
this?
that it affects the next flight is that Ryan will do more new overlays. Because now the tank farm is all completely gone, in the way that we did the overlays for Flight 3. But yeah, in the sense of how it'll affect things like the timeline, it'll probably not affect it, because the pumps are still there, the same as Flight 3. They also have the same subcoolers and whatnot. It just changes the whole arrangement, right? And
So do you think Flight 4 still possible in May?
well, there's a chance. For that, we need to see Booster 11 coming out from Mega Bay, and then Ship 29 coming back to the launch site. So basically, both vehicles coming back. And as you can see there, Ship 29, it still has a little bit more work to be complete, right? To be ready for flight. They're testing those tiles. Those are not tiles that have fallen off, by the way. They are just testing that the tiles are being kept. We've seen, especially on Ship 28, at least twice during its lifetime, they did testing on those heat shield tiles with a it's one of those suction cups that they use essentially to be able to pull off the tile and see if it actually comes off or not, or it's just kept in and things like that. I assume they're probably doing that for Ship 29. It's a little bit harder to spot though, because now there's the Star Factory in between. They're expanding that, which is a whole nother topic to talk about as well.
Yeah, there's like, it used to be you could see in the high bay
Hmm.
pretty easily, and now there's like a 10-foot by 10-foot wide strip where it's probably not, it's probably more like 10 by 3 foot, where you can stand in that one specific spot and peek inside the high bay without the Star Factory getting in the way. And
Yeah,
now, yeah, that's just how it is now. But so
and
you so go ahead.
And the other thing, as we're seeing here as well, the launch pad is also seeing a lot of work. This is a clip, I believe, from a couple of days ago, where they were working on the ship quick disconnect. You can see them; they are blanketing the umbilical connections, those lines that go up to the ship. They have not worked on the quick disconnect arm instead of repairing it or anything. Like, we haven't even seen scaffolding going on it,
Right.
which we did see between Flight 2 and Flight 3, but we did not see that after Flight 3, which is a really good thing, because it kind of means that it probably was not that damaged, and they're putting more protections to it, so that's good for a potential faster turnaround times from Flight 4 to Flight 5. Because if you think about it, they're trying to bring down those times. From Flight 1 to Flight 2 was like 7 months, then four
Right.
months between 2 and 3. 3 and 4 might be 2 months.
What do you think that insulation on the QD arm is? Do you think it's like asbestos? Because SpaceX is definitely doing as best as they can.
Ha!
Boo.
Bah! Bah!
So yeah, I mean, what's your thinking, Alex? First half of May, second half of May, based on everything that we're seeing happen in Starbase right
Hmm.
now. Give us put your pin in the map. When Flight 4?
I'll say that without seeing the vehicles back on the pad, I don't really know. We also don't know if they're going to be doing a wet dress rehearsal or anything like it. I assume that maybe with the new tanks now being installed, they might. Um, I think first half of May has some chance, but it's low. Second half has higher chances. Let's put it that way.
That's fair. EJ, put your pen in the map.
A lot more higher chances.
When Flight 4?
Obviously, like I said, it's pending the mishap report, dude. I'd say the third week, middle of May, third week in May, somewhere around there. I mean, like Alex, it's like we were saying, it's like that picture on the screen right here. They replaced the hydraulics on the chopsticks. You wouldn't go and do that, right? Like, you wouldn't go and do that if you were planning on flying sometime soon. That's a critical component required for integration, stacking, and catching.
And catching. That's important.
Yeah. Right? Yeah,
because
right?
some of the mods that we have seen, they have increased the hydraulic capacity of those chopsticks. Because they were running at like 1/3 of the hydraulic capacity. Essentially, they have like a lot of these little pipes for the hydraulics and everything, but only like 2 out of 6 or something like that were connected. Now they have all 6, and so that means they are at full power. I don't know, like
they've reached their final form for
exactly.
version 0.5.
Yeah, now they should be able to open and close faster. They obviously haven't finished that work yet, so we'll get to see that in action. But I cannot wait to see that in action, and actually catching a booster is gonna be.
Well, so that's the next question. Really quickly, I'll let Sawyer answer. Sawyer, when Flight 4?
In the words of a great 90s song, it's gonna be May.
I'm so mad. I'm furious.
EJ
left. EJ rage quit. But
no, I would go. I'm gonna go last week of May because I think they're gonna have a little more testing to do. Like you mentioned, there's still the mishap report that needs to be finished. It's a lot of little things, so that's why I'm gonna go still May, just end of May. And I'm so sorry, EJ.
It's all right.
So, fine. Catching. That's what I wanted to get to next. Is Elon did that presentation recently at Starbase and said that they are going to attempt a simulated landing on a virtual tower out in the ocean for Flight 4, and if that goes well, they could attempt a booster catch as soon as Flight 5, which is bonkies, but somehow not implausible. I don't know. What do you guys think is the chance, or are the chances that we'll see a catch attempt on Flight 5? EJ, go first.
It really is excuse me. It's really dependent on Flight 4.
It's contingent.
SpaceX is SpaceX is using a rapid. What's up?
What is that from? It's contingent. Is that? It's a reference from something. Anyway, sorry. I'm an
dictionary.
Idiot.
I didn't think it was
cromulent.
No, not cromulent. Not embiggen.
It's from the dictionary.
Contingent.
No, that's where it's from. Yes.
Oh my god. Sorry. Please continue.
Hey, I know this video.
I read that book from time to time. I like to break a mental sweat too.
I've also seen that word in the thesaurus too. So.
Okay.
So, yes, please continue.
What were we talking about?
When catch?
When catch?
Catch on Flight 5?
It's contingent. Sorry. All right, just kidding, but not really. No, it's contingent. SpaceX is using an iterative design philosophy, right? It really depends on how good Flight 4 goes. They're going to have expectations for Flight 4, and if those expectations are met, they'll try. I mean, I understand people on the skeptical side of things saying, I don't know, but here's the thing. You learn the most from flying, right? You're never going to be able to accurately simulate 100% without a doubt, using ground testing, whether a rocket's going to work or not. The most valuable flight data, the most valued data is flight data. So, to the skeptics, I would say, guess what? SpaceX already has the control mechanism dialed in, and any potential problems that they had with a highly instrumented test booster, that were encountered on Flight 3 are most of those problems are probably figured out. So if Flight 4 does go to their expectations, I mean, you're still probably going to see explosions somewhere. That'd be kind of sweet. I mean, excitement guaranteed, as SpaceX says, right? There's birds behind you, Alex.
Yeah.
So, yep.
There's birds.
Yeah,
Birds.
burbs.
This better not become a Hitchcock movie.
So I think it really depends. Personally, if you ask me, I think Flight 4 is going to go well, and I think they will attempt to catch. I think a lot more, like I get it, Super Heavy isn't Falcon 9, but if anybody here can name me another expert in landing first stages from an orbital flight insertion trajectory, yeah, please let me know. Please, yeah, I'll, I got Elon on speed dial. I'll give him a ring. Hey, you might need help with this. I'm pretty sure that a lot of Falcon 9's entry, descent, and landing, Falcon 9 first stage entry, descent, and landing data and understanding is going to be used to nail super heavy landings a lot faster than we might think.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys got to remember when they were going to land Falcon 9s, right? What did they botch? 3 or 4 landings, and then they nailed it. Didn't take very long, and that was coming from propulsive landing information learned from Grasshopper and Falcon 9 Dev, right?
That was
Falcon
like,
9R.
Can we even do supersonic retro propulsion? Like all kinds of crazy stuff had to be figured out with that. And
actually, we just passed the anniversary of CRS-3, which was one of the first Falcon 9s to test supersonic retro propulsion. NASA imaged it.
It had legs and everything, yeah.
It had legs and everything.
Supersonic
she got legs.
retro propulsion.
She knows how to use them. Yeah, it's my band name, Jack.
But in service of booster landing, we've seen at McGregor a resumption of relight tests for Raptor engines, have we not, Alex?
Yeah, these are interesting because there's this whole thing of they're for the boost back burn and everything. But the thing is, this is not the first time they've done these kind of tests, and they stopped doing those tests. They did those a while back. I think around a year ago. I think it was like January, February, March timeframe of 2023. Probably the people from like McGregor Live, they know much better, because there's like this huge amount of data from our live streams. But I do recall that it was sort of early 2023 when that happened, and they seemingly stopped doing these relight tests, and now they've started again. And there's one key thing that I'm wondering. So there's actually two here, which I posted on X, the everything up, Twitter.
Stop it.
Essentially.
Stop it.
I just do it because you get triggered, ding ding or something. Yeah, but whatever. And so the two things are what has changed, right? Is two things, because from that moment, from early 2023 to now, they have flown 3 times a Starship, and the 3 times, well, not on flight 1 because they never got to that point, but on flight 2 and flight 3 they had relights of engines, and that included essentially on the booster. They never were able to do it on the ship on flight 3, but essentially they had relights. They had flight data on these Raptor 2s being able to relight in space and things like that. And while it is true that when they do these relights, the time between shutdown and startup kind of looks like the time between, when they shut down the engines on the booster at most engines cut off, and then when they do the boost back burn and they start up the engine again, like the time between those, it kind of feels very similar. But the burn that happens before and the burn that happens after is not at all like you see during an ascent burn and then during a boost back burn. So it's just, it seems like this is just gathering data on restart for the sake of gathering data on restart, which is interesting because then there's a second thing that is new from what happened during early 2023, which is now we have a new type of Raptor in development. Now there's a Raptor 3 in development. And those tests that they did in 2023, that was with Raptor 2. So if they are really gearing up to fly in the future, whatever, how long that future might be from now, if they're gearing up for flights with Raptor 3 engines, it kind of makes sense to start testing that now, like being able to do all of these relight tests and being able to certify that Raptor 3 for sure not only does good on a test stand when it just fires normally, when doing an acceptance test, but also that it can do the whole relight thing, and like those are my two guesses where it might be to gather further data for flight from the two flights that they actually did relights, because one of the things was that it seemed to be a vehicle side problem, right? Because from the flight 2 we had the boost back burn and the engine's not igniting, and then it came off that it was like a blockage and a filter and whatnot. Flight 3 we had the landing burn, it the relight didn't work and things like that, but also the booster was all shaking and everything. Kind of makes sense that it probably was a vehicle side of things where things were not working well. And obviously if you're not feeding the Raptor the things that it needs for it to work, then it's not going to be happy. It's going to blow up and do all sorts of things. So it seems to me at least that it's probably more of a vehicle thing. But hey, if there's also Raptor stuff, that could be a possibility. But I'm more on the side of perhaps Raptor 3 development testing.
That makes
for
sense.
You said
relights.
moron. What? Sorry.
What?
What?
Nothing. See you tomorrow in class, Miss Vaughn.
That I also don't get that reference. I feel like I should get that one. That sounds vaguely familiar. It's weird because I am the Adrian in our dynamic, EJ. It feels like I am the one that hasn't seen the things, and normally I'm the one that's seen the things. So I'm sorry for disappointing you.
No, it's all right. It's all right, man. It's all right.
So I mean, it's still crazy to me that a Raptor can be shut down and then relit so rapidly. Like it's already operating at the bleeding edge of what is possible in terms of pressures and temperatures and highly oxidizing cryogenic liquids, and then you shut it down and then you start it right back up. It's like, oh god, those poor turbo pumps.
It got me up.
Dude, I think
Without going into copyright stuff, I'm seeing here a comment in chat from Bob Fillmore, and they're asking like, do they develop and test a new engine at Hawthorne or McGregor? So they build the engines at Hawthorne, and then they send it to McGregor to test them there. So they don't have, well, they probably have some kind of non-fiery kind of testing capabilities, like for example for leak checks, like they may be able to flow some gases and whatnot through the engine at Hawthorne. But all of the major testing, things like spin primes, pre-burners, and static fires, they do all of that testing at McGregor. You go watch it, McGregor live, the whole deal. Plug. Yeah.
Let's do some questions. Well, let's do some questions and then we have more Starship topics. But here's a really good question from Cabinet Kenny. We're talking about the chopsticks and the simulated landing on Flight 4. This is I love questions like this because I have not thought about this, but this is a great one. They're saying, do you think they will move the real chopsticks to simulate the virtual landing? Like as the booster is landing in the Gulf, do they do anything with the real life chopsticks as part of this simulated virtual landing? I think that would, like, it wouldn't shock me. I don't know that they would, but it wouldn't shock me. And I think that's a really good idea. Like this is I cannot praise you enough, Cabinet Kenny. This is a good one. EJ, what do you think? Do you think they'll do anything with the chopsticks to aid their simulation?
I don't know. We can talk through it though. Like, okay, what do they have to benefit from syncing it with the booster landing? What do they have to? How are you going to learn? I mean, the booster ain't there.
Well, I guess you're simulating two things. One, the booster is simulating landing on a tower. Two, the chopsticks are simulating catching a booster. So I don't know that they would in real time send like data back and forth between the chopsticks and the booster for a test like this. But you could certainly say, okay, the booster has initiated the landing burn. Chopsticks, can you operate in the way that we expect you to operate at this point in flight after a launch? That it would be like it's two different tests, but combined into one overarching bigger test.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
That's what I'm getting at. Like my question wasn't supposed to be like rhetorical, like, oh, what are you going to learn? You're going to learn nothing from this. I'm actually like, oftentimes when I see SpaceX or anybody doing something weird, I don't ask, oh, why are they doing that? What are you trying to do? So what do you stand to gain from this? You know, you could potentially synchronize the telemetry, right? But my question, okay, and that's fair. Like you get the synchronized telemetry, right? You have the tower sync up with the booster right when it's going to do its virtual landing, right? So my question would be, why don't you just do that before you stack Starship and have the have the arms move around, right? And then have the booster do its imaginary landing,
Right.
and then check it after the fact. Like, why does it have to be in real time? All that's doing is adding complexity to your mission operations. But the argument, once again, I'm talking myself through it. The argument could be made that you're going to have to do it anyway. You might as well. So I can see kind of both sides of this. That's why it's a good question. This is actually a legit one. I mean,
I think they should, and it would make sense for them to do it, like
yeah.
outside of the launch environment, just to test them. I also think it makes sense to do them after a launch, because then the chopsticks have been subjected to the acoustic and thermal loads of an actual launch.
Yeah.
And is the shielding up to the task? Is everything still functioning immediately after a starship has just launched past these things? I think that would be part of the value in a notional test like this.
I mean,
we also have to see them actually tested, obviously before launch, to make sure that they work, that the speed is right. I could see them maybe doing a test, like say during a static fire or something like that.
We have double EJ. Sorry, Sawyer.
What does it mean?
I didn't know he had that much
EJ.
power. Sorry, Sawyer, please.
He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. I could see them maybe doing it first with the booster on the stand, potentially. Again, because we've seen it where chopsticks are wide open and it's still hanging out there just fine. I feel like that would be the first step, would be to do the test pre-flight with the booster there, then maybe test it during the flight. But I think the big thing is going to be getting the testing done beforehand, because the last thing you need is, oh, hey, we did all these upgrades and it's still too slow.
Yeah.
Or it's way too fast.
Yeah. Alex, any thoughts before I do another question?
Well, it might be a good idea to be able to do the sort of dry dress kind of test of trying to like if if the booster is laying on a virtual tower, then the tower may catch a virtual booster. If you think about it, right?
Right.
Like that could be a thing where on flight 4 they're doing not only the booster landing side of things but also the tower side of things. And so whenever if they actually go for a catch on flight 5, then it's not like, oh, how do we move the chopsticks now, right? It's like it's not gonna be like that. They already have data from that kind of thing of trying to mimic where the booster is gonna be and things like that with the previous flight. It's not perfect, but
yeah, no, and like EJ was saying, of course they can test the movement before a launch, but I just keep thinking about after flight 3 when they opened the pad, like 2 hours after launch. I think they did the same thing after flight 2, and then they were moving the chopsticks down the tower, and we were all kind of thinking like, oh my gosh, that was so fast, right? Well, what's even faster than 2 hours is immediately after launch if the chopsticks are catching a booster. And you kind of want to know, hey, is everything still functioning after the world's largest rocket of all time just blasted past these things? So I would wager that things are still functioning fine, given that we again saw them move the chopsticks like 2 hours after launch. But you might as well test it, right?
And it's not even just like 8 minutes or so when the booster is landing or things like that. It's probably going to be like within a minute from the launch, the chopsticks will have to move because they are all the way up and wide open, just like this essentially, and higher up in the tower. And now they need to position themselves in the right position. And I'm guessing because the chopsticks do two things: they go up and down from the carriage system. There's like a pulley system and everything, and draw works and all of that. But then the arms themselves can open and close, and those are two different systems. The one that actually goes slower for now, right now, is the one that goes up and down the tower, and that takes quite some time to be able to go up and down because it's a carriage system and the whole draw works and everything. I don't think it could be able to go that fast to be able to like compensate the you know the booster coming back down, which is probably why on that render from a SpaceX, all you see the chopsticks do is just close. They don't do the movement up and down, which means probably before the launch, they should be at the height where the catch is going to happen. And then they close it, or like they move the chopsticks to the location where that is going to happen, where that catch is going to happen. But the height, the location, up and down on the tower will probably have to be already put in, on the right location. So in a matter of minutes, they're going to have to close the chopsticks to sort of, within the limits so that the booster can come in and just close in, and also position themselves. I don't know if it's going to be to the left of the tower, to the right of the tower, right on top of the OLM. We don't really know that much. The render kind of seemed to assume that it's going to be right on top of the OLM. It's going to be a little bit spicy, but it's three
Right.
engines, right? It's not 33, so it's much less of a heating problem. But yeah, we'll see.
We will see. Bill Baker becoming a Red Team member. Thank you, Bill. We appreciate it. We appreciate all our membies. Let's see. James is asking what kind of damage do we think would occur from a failed booster catch? I mean, it's a mostly empty, fairly heavy steel tube at that point. I mean, would it even explode, or would it be a, as Elon loves to say, fast fire / conflagration? like how bad would it actually be potentially? I'm not qualified to say, but we can sure but waffle about it for a little bit.
I think it's guys, like, okay, you got to look at it like this. SpaceX. So what's the big goal for Starship right now? SpaceX's big fish to fry is HLS, right? That's the big one. So they're obviously not going to risk a pad, but also it's critical that they get super heavies back to support the high launch cadence that's needed to fly a lot of refueling starships or refilling starships to get HLS out to the moon, right? So, okay, if you know that that's the case, and they did start building out this pad after they got, more or less. I mean, it's not like one doesn't, correlation doesn't equal causation, right? Not necessarily, but they did start building out this pad, knowing full well that super heavy would be in the critical pathway of getting the lander out to the moon. Like, SpaceX didn't just figure out the lunar architecture yesterday, right? This is something that they have been planning for a very long time, since it was proposed, when the original HLS contract. HLS is Human Landing System, just in case anybody's wondering. It's the lunar lander that Artemis is going to use, right? They've thought about this for a good amount of time. And I would say, where are you going with this? How is this? What does that have to do with the pad? Well, if you know that you could potentially mess up a super heavy landing, right, and a super heavy catch with that tower, you'd build in beef into the pad from the start. Like, I'm not saying that, if one blows up, it'll just be able to integrate another starship, right? Like, I don't think we're at that point, right? But not even. What are you doing? What are you doing with your pen?
These columns are filled with concrete precisely to make the tower be very sturdy and tough. And
you're Vanna Whiting for me. Okay, you don't know what that means. Never mind.
I'm actually agreeing with you. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Okay.
I like to buy vowel.
So
go ahead.
So that's what I mean. The pad is built to be beefy. I'll bet you it could probably take a booster hitting it, and it's really not that big of a deal, right? It's obviously going to be something that you don't just want to be like, yeah, it's fine. Put another one on there. It's good. Just send it, bro. Like, you obviously don't want to do that, right? But I mean, these pads are designed to take a beating. I mean, Alex, you said it a little bit earlier. You have 33 engines going on the way up and 3 coming on the way down. All right. If the pad should be able to take some type of explosion next to it, because guess what, man? Basically, it does when Starship launches.
I'm not really worried about the pad or the tower. I'm more worried about the tank farm.
I think that SpaceX has landing precision down good enough, learned from Falcon 9, that I don't think it's a problem.
And to be fair, the problem, the concern that I have is less. What?
Whoa.
Is that Leica?
No, sorry, I'm yelling at the cat. Ignore me.
Oh,
Earphone
okay, the cat. So it's not the
users.
dog; it's a cat. Okay, so the only concern that I have is a repeat of Flight 3, where the booster just comes down at mega max speeds, essentially, like 1,000 kilometers per hour speed. It just doesn't light up. But guess what? If you see that render, if this is the whole thing. Like, you really need to take the render as the source for all of this, because that's the only thing, the only data point that we have for how it'll look like. We don't know how exactly it'll be done or anything like it, because so far we haven't been told, oh, it'll be like, in this way and whatever. But the way that you see the render is that the booster comes in at a very high angle and it aims for the pad. But if that booster fails the landing burn, sure, it's coming at a high angle and whatever. But precisely because of that, it needs to maintain that angle. If it does what happened with Flight 3, for example, where it just goes all the way, whatever, it'll just crash whatever. It will probably not crash on the launch pad because it'll lose its way. So I have that concern, but it's also like, well, it might not be that big of a deal. It might crash somewhere else, like maybe on the beach and everything, and that'll be a problem for SpaceX to solve with the FAA and all of that. Because I bet that will probably be quite some talks between the FAA and SpaceX to have, or some environmental agencies and,
Right.
and whatnot.
Well,
Yep.
so I'm not worried about landing precision personally.
Yeah.
I think they they have demonstrated with Falcon 9 and with all of the Starship test flights, the low altitude hops, um, a very good amount of precision for landing. But in the spirit of the question, which is what kind of damage do we think would occur from a failed booster catch, that is more where I'm like, I'm worried about the tank farm. Do I think they actually have a high likelihood of not being precise enough and hitting the tank farm? No, I think if they're coming in and they think that there's any chance that they don't hit the tank farm, they abort to the Gulf. Just like with Falcon 9 aborting to the Atlantic, um, on an RTLS that goes wrong. What was that, CRS 16, something
16.
like that? Yeah. So I'm not worried about precision, but yeah, just the question on its face is what kind of damage from a failed booster catch, and I'm not worried about the tower.
Crater in the beach.
I'm not worried about the mount or the pad itself. Like, yeah, refurbishment work would be necessary, but I would be worried about damage to the tank farm. That's just me. I mean, maybe I'm way
Isn't
off.
isn't the booster supposed to come in with from this camera view? Like, it'll come from behind the camera and then here, so it will not be on the, well, I guess from my side it will be this way, essentially from the tank from side. So it will be like from, I guess, from that location all the way
Yes,
here and
yes.
in between the chopsticks.
But here's the thing: if you
So not from
like,
this
a
place.
booster is tall, and if you took a super heavy booster and turned it on its side with the engine section on the pad itself, it I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm bad with judging distances. I'm pretty sure it would hit the tank farm.
I think it's also worth noting in terms of, where it would crash. When you think of it, with Falcon 9, it never aims for the landing zone until the very end.
Right.
They will target near the drone ship. They will target near LZ-1 or 2. It's just once they realize that all the engines have lit and everything's working, that's when you see all the crazy grid fin movement and steering to actually bring it into where the drone ship or the landing zone are expected to be from the onboard computer. This one, it's coming at such a weird angle. I guess it's a question of what is in the trajectory underneath it, so that if they do the same thing of, hey, we're going to aim for somewhere else, and the second we know that it's going to work, we tell it, okay, go for the catch. At what point is that, and where is it over? Is that over the Gulf? Is it still on a trajectory that would bring it, like you said, near the tank farm, near the area around Boca Chica? I think a lot of that's going to come down to the exact angle and the direction that it's coming into.
Yeah, it'll probably inform.
This is a SpaceX. We'll go for the catch.
Wow, I actually believe that was mission control audio for a second there. Maybe I'm just too revved up on coffee. But yeah, I bet that exact thing, Sawyer, will inform the sort of flight path that they design into a booster coming back. And if you're not expecting a booster catch landing to look a lot like a Falcon 9 drone ship landing or RTLS, then you need to adjust your expectation because, like EJ was saying a little while ago, they will absolutely use what they've learned on Falcon 9 to inform how they operate Super Heavy.
Yeah.
By the
And
way, Gypsy Tinker in chat did say that where it would likely land is probably on Danger Van.
Probably.
That's
Nice.
3 miles away.
Yeah.
Wait,
from the
that would
launch
be
site.
bad
it'll
for a
find it.
variety of reasons, including the fact that for Flight 1 and 2, I was standing within like 5 feet of Danger Van, or not Flight 1.
Yeah.
Flight 2, I was standing within like 5 feet of Danger Van, so please no.
Yeah.
Pat, please no. Although, if I'm gonna go, it's not a bad way to go.
It's a super heavy way to go.
It's like that.
Hey.
It's like that meme of you like, huh?
Yeah, right?
Jack 5 minutes before the super heavy landing burn. But yeah, one thing that I would like to mention, and EJ, you were right and everything, and whatnot. Yeah, about the horizontal thing, which is essentially yeah, because I'm gonna mention the horizontal swing that you can see on the render. So if if we actually take that render to heart, it will come in at a high angle and then it will come in, and as soon as it slows down enough, it is essentially away from the tower. It's actually not on top of the tower, and it's just like swinging over as it comes down. So it's like a slopey kind of trajectory where, hang on, I'm gonna try and be like,
Yeah, there's
hang on.
significantly more translation horizontally than I think a lot of
Here.
us,
Yeah.
except for
Yeah.
EJ, expected.
like
EJ
that,
called it.
and whoop,
Here, take this.
and land.
EJ
EJ showing off.
absolutely
Take-
called it.
Take this.
Yeah, but
Got
I
you.
don't have that, so I have to use my Apple Pencil. So
All right, that's good too.
that also has
Calligrapho.
29 inches, not 33. You need to update
So,
it. It's booster 4. It's already being scrapped.
You say that now, Alex, but then what
This-
happens in like 6 months' time when the booster goes back to 29 engines or something?
Oh, got him.
don't booster shame. What's wrong with you?
Cool. Bill Baker, thanks for coming a Red Team member. You're awesome. Enjoy your member perks, or your memby perks, I should say. So, Starship, right? We talked about the booster catch stuff. We talked about all the upgrades and refurb they're doing. We talked about the vehicles. We talked about when Flight 4. But there's something else that we need to talk about. And that is that according to a story from the... I almost called him the Burgernator, but that's too close to the Burgernator. According to a story from... was it Eric Berger at Ars Technica? Or was it...
Yes. Yeah,
Steve
just
Marr?
on Ars Technica. There you go.
There you go. Ars Technica, NASA is considering changing Artemis 3 to alter the rendezvous point for Orion and Starship, docking in Leo and not around the moon. Who I don't have anything substantive to say about this, but we do need to talk about it. So somebody that feels a strong way, like, jump in.
I don't feel a strong way, but I have one like little thing to say here for people watching. Don't confuse this as NASA wanting to have Orion and Starship dock and then go to the moon. This is just dock in low Earth orbit and stay in low Earth orbit to test, but like being the whole thing of docking them and going into Starship and everything and testing all of its systems.
The
Orion
NSF
then will
membership.
come back down, and there will eventually be an actual mission to the moon with a landing with a Starship and everything. This is like a separate mission. This is not proposing, oh, we're going to send Orion to low Earth orbit, dock to Starship, and then both will go to the moon. That is not the case. This is more like Apollo 9. So if Artemis 2 is like Apollo 8, where you go to the moon and well, it will not be in orbit in the case of Artemis 2, but it'll more or less kind of be something like that. You go around the moon, test things in deep space and everything with Orion. This mission proposal will essentially be like Apollo 9, where you just go into low Earth orbit and test the lander with the crew capsule and everything. But I think that's a thing to emphasize here, because I've seen a lot of people confused as to what this mission is, and they're like, "Oh well, just send a dragon." And it's like, well, the whole point of this mission, different kind of rearrangement of the mission, is to test Orion with Starship, rather than, if you send Dragon, then might as well just, do the whole thing and go to the moon, right? Like, there's no point doing that. Like, you're just proposing a whole different mission there. But yeah,
No,
anybody that has
that's good to point out. Like, good shout.
Yeah, Apollo 9 V2, Artemis 2.5, whatever you want to call it.
It's
it really does feel like Artemis 2.5.
gents, it's almost like Orion needs some type of specialized low Earth orbit access vehicle to do sufficient testing before you send it beyond low Earth orbit. It's almost like it needs something that it can just launch on that's not a super heavy launch vehicle derivative, I guess. You see what I'm getting? You see what I'm getting at? Anybody?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, I'm necroing Ares 1, chat. Yeah, so what? It was a good idea. It was a good idea. Yeah, big whoop. You want to fight about it?
Yes,
it was a good
do.
idea.
I do.
Wait. You don't like the stick rocket, Sawyer?
No, Ares 1 isn't a rocket. It's a joke.
Ares 1 good.
What are you talking about?
Ares 1 good.
Yeah, let's put the crew on top of just this giant single stick 5-segment SRB. That doesn't look ridiculous at all.
Is that somehow worse?
It's not about looks, it's about working.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the idea of the dual architecture of having the Ares 1 and the Ares 5, but it just no. Ares 1X fan club, come at me. I don't care. I'll take it.
Can we activate fight mode? I think we need to activate fight mode.
Round 2, fight. No,
finish him.
Guys, I've said this for a long time. The Artemis program needs a way to get Orion into low Earth orbit, regardless, Ares 1 or not. The Artemis program needs a way to get Orion into low Earth orbit. That's not SLS. Frankly, the idea of sending Orion to space on SLS just to get Orion into low Earth orbit is ridiculous. Alex was saying it's like Apollo 9. Yeah, that's okay. That warranted a super heavy launch vehicle launch because you were launching the lander and the capsule. It was an all-up test in preparation for 10, 11, 12, etc., etc. This is not that. This is not that at all. The Saturn program had a vehicle for just testing the capsule by itself up in space. So that was the Saturn 1B, right? The Saturn 1B that kind of built it for that, for that purpose, right? I mean, if you want to get into real Apollo details, they built the Saturn 1B as a hedge against the lunar orbit rendezvous architecture that Joseph Shea came up with, as opposed to the Earth orbit rendezvous architecture, which is what Constellation was supposed to do, where you rendezvous the lander and the capsule and an upper stage in low Earth orbit and send it, okay? And then send it out to the moon and then do your moon landing that way, right? With SLS, we get neither of those. That's good. So it doesn't really warrant launching a super heavy launch vehicle, right? And even in the future, all right, is NASA going to build their Mars transfer vehicles when they have plans to go to Mars? Are they going to build them out in lunar orbit? Where are you going to build those transfer vehicles? Are those transfer vehicles? What's that?
No, continue.
Where are you going to build them? Those transfer vehicles are going to get assembled in low Earth orbit. Heck, even SpaceX, who's hell-bent, the entirety of SpaceX is hell-bent on going on Mars, is still doing staging in low Earth orbit. We saw that at the all-hands meeting that Elon presented from last week, right? So are we just, every time we're going to send something to Mars, are we just going to put Orion on an SLS booster to get into low Earth orbit, to rendezvous with a bigger transfer vehicle? This is what's up?
At the same time, though, I mean, we spent all this money on SLS. It would finally be a purpose for it, even if you're not using the ICPS part of the upper stage. You can use some kind of mass simulator. In a way, it's almost good practice. Like, if you want to do a full simulation, basically, of launch, orbit, and rendezvous, that's what you do. You use the actual vehicle, you use the actual capsule, you use the actual lander, and I mean, that's how you're going to get the most accurate data. It sounds like it's overkill, and it probably is. You probably don't need that big a rocket for it. Like when they did the exploration flight test in 2014, they used Delta IV Heavy, which is obviously a lot less powerful than SLS, but you need to be able to test everything all at once. So if you're going to take the time to actually go into orbit and do the testing, Go full send.
Fair. I do think it's preposterous to. I mean, we could go down the SLS rabbit hole for a long time. I think it's a great rocket. I also think it's absurd to use a heavy lift rocket to launch crew capsules and nothing else. And
Yeah, it would have been nice to see the cargo variant of
yes,
SLS actually
absolutely
be a thing.
But that said, it also would have been great to see Shuttle C. So can't always have the things that you want. EJ, Shuttle C, yay, nay?
Oh yeah, no, Shuttle C's cool.
Yeah.
For end of life RS-25s or SSMEs, yeah, sure. Dude, I mean, so you're right with wanting to test the architecture that it's going to that you're going to use. Test as you fly, but honestly, I don't even think that's worth the price tag that we're incurring with the flight rate of SLS. You're right, but that's ridiculous. No, I don't. I'm not. You're right to test it. Test as you fly, but $2 billion for a low Earth orbit insertion. I mean, somebody said it in chat. That really. I mean, I think it just would have been better to make Ares 1 in the first place and not cancel Constellation at this point. There's no way
we're kind of beyond that, though.
Yeah. I mean, this goes back to everything that I've been saying about needing an integrated architecture. Von Braun knew it. He needed to hedge his bets. You needed a low Earth orbit axis vehicle and then a super heavy lift low Earth orbit axis vehicle, so to speak, I guess, right? You needed a Saturn V, you needed a Saturn 1B. Constellation, which I still think is great architecture. Yeah, Alex, I'll let you go in a second, man. Which I still think is great architecture. It's fantastic architecture. Ares 1 had its problems. Yeah, the only reason we heard about the problems with Ares 1 is because it got canceled before development could be completed. That's the only reason you hear problems with it. I hear people say, "Oh, solid rocket fuel in the parachutes if the wind is in the right direction." I'm pretty sure wind constraints are just that. There are constraints for most launch vehicles. Like, I'm just putting it out there, right? I mean, if we want to get into it, but you need to have a much more, I don't know, symbiotic architecture, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I think it's ridiculous that we're even to this point. Now, keep in mind. And Alex, I swear, I'll let you talk in a second. I swear.
It's okay.
Keep in mind, this is all based off of what Eric Berger's hearing, and I'm not trying to call out Eric. I'm not trying to be a jerk, right? Like, it's based off of what he's hearing, and NASA does listen to a lot of different proposals for design.
Lots of salt.
Yeah. They do listen to a lot. You're not going to know that sending SLS with just an Orion on top of it to low Earth orbit is crazy until you actually go and ask the people that are actually going to be doing that until you figure it out. So, this could be just based off of NASA, just, trying to feel out where they're at with the program. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're doing it. Anyway, Alex, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm mostly going to bring up a vehicle that a lot of people love here, shuttle. So the whole point of the shuttle, it was envisioned like in the very, very early concepts. Essentially what you mentioned, EJ, that the name Space Transportation System and Space Shuttle and everything, all of that was because it was envisioned way early in its in the program to be something to shuttle things from Earth to low Earth orbit and then put things together in low Earth orbit to go somewhere else. The original idea was that there were going to be tugs in space, there were going to be large assembly of stages and spacecraft and everything in orbit, and then it will be sent to the moon, eventually Mars, etc., etc. That never came to be. Then in the 80s, we got the National Launch System, which was the first sort of shuttle-derived launch vehicle that looks the most compared to SLS. Like, there's like this render from like 1988, I think it is, and it's literally the SLS rocket, except the boosters are shorter because they are like 4 segments instead of 5, and the core stage is also shorter because of that. But it has 4 RS-25 engines. It has the solar rocket boosters, an upper stage, a big fairing, and everything. It just looks like the SLS, and it's from 1988.
That hurts.
If all of that, if all of that work in studies and everything, like Okay, sure. Shuttle was so expensive, it never met its goals. NASA gave up on doing a lot of other things, which hurts. As Jack was saying, why didn't there was nothing done with the NLS, with the National Launch System, which, then into the 90s there were many other proposals. Then they reverted back
X-33.
to
Pour one out for X-33. I'm still mad about it.
yeah, exactly. Then in the 90s they got the X-33. There was the I think it was the Delta Clipper.
DCX.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
DCX
EJ, you
and
built that
everything.
entire thing, didn't you? In Kerbal.
And so in the 90s they tried to go away from shuttle derived concepts and actually have original reusable designs. Then Columbia happened and we went back to Orion and space capsules and whatnot, which is not intrinsically bad, but it's like there was this drive in the 90s to go reusable and try to get even the crew escape vehicle for the ISS. It was like a little space plane that was going to be reusable. It was not going to be launched crewed, but it was this blunt body kind of thing that was going to be re-entering, and it was reusable because you land it and then you can use it again. Then you can see the NLS there. As I was saying here, it looks like the SLS.
It hurts. It physically
It looks
hurts
like
me.
Ares 5 too.
Yeah.
Just stagnated for 40 something. Oh God, it makes me so mad.
And so you look at all of this, and it's like we could have done so many much more things if people had been committed to it, right? And it comes back to the whole conversation that we had before with Mars sample return and all of these other missions where it's like, yeah, 1,000 proposals and 1,000 things, but we never finalize concepts and we never finalize the studies, and we spend lots of money on studying the study of the study and the design of the design of the other design, and it's like this sort of Russian doll kind of thing where it's like one thing inside of the other thing, and you never get anything done. It's like I
Yeah.
wanted to fly, please. I wanted to fly. Come on, just do it. Commit to it, please. And yeah, like the even the ISS, there were for so long. There were
Space
so many
station
plans
freedom.
for space stations. Exactly.
Yep.
But even that was at the verge of being cancelled. Like the approval of the ISS came so close to being not approved, like for just a few votes. It was like, can you imagine how different will be the space flight right now, a scenario without the ISS in terms of just SpaceX alone came to be and got those NASA contracts precisely because of the ISS. Like, holy cow! Like, I don't
Right.
know. And some people came together and they said, "Okay, let's commit to it and let's do it and let's build it." And and things happen. Just imagine how many more missed opportunities from all of these other programs and studies and whatnot that never came to fruition. It's mind blowing.
So are you for these changes to Artemis? These studied potential changes to Artemis 3, or
I don't know, man. Whatever they want to do, we'll land on the moon
you just
sooner
want them
or
to
later,
commit?
but just get things done. Just do it. Like, stop planning and well, I mean, not stop planning, but more like stop doing all the studies. Like, actual put things together. I don't know.
North of
Planning
Shia
is
LaBeouf.
important.
Do it.
Yeah,
Just do it.
planning is
I get-
important, but if your planning doesn't go anywhere, it's useless. Like you're just sitting around in a room and meeting together and whatnot, and not doing anything. That just kills the mood.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. All right. So we're sitting here. We all realize this is a problem. All right. Anybody can put out a problem. I think we should talk solutions here. Right. So it's very clear that Orion needs some low Earth orbit access testing. Right. Now, you can even
Falcon
go and
Heavy.
look at the Artemis. Say it again. Say it again.
Falcon Heavy. Falcon Heavy.
Dude, I don't even think heavy. 9 will do it.
Can't it? Hang on. Is it capable? I don't.
Think about it.
Because Orion is kind of a
Orion's heavy.
fat.
Falcon Falcon 9 can put, what is it, 23 metric tons into low Earth orbit, full expendable, right?
Yeah, but do you want to fly expendable?
No.
I just want a
But
Falcon Heavy.
you're-
More reasons for
remember,
Falcon Heavy.
I mean, yeah, who doesn't, right?
And you could
But
probably
Falcon,
do even side booster RTLS and everything, but
Oh yeah.
Continue.
So okay, hear me out. Yeah, Orion with its service module, with the European service module, is 25 metric tons. It's 25,000 kilos. Falcon 9 can't put that into low Earth orbit, but we're forgetting that our payload has 1,500 meters a second delta V, a significant chunk to get to orbital velocity. Falcon 9, absolutely, provided it could take the payload, the loads, the compression load that from 25, putting 25 tons of something up there, right? And personally, I think it could. But if we play off that, right, you could drone ship land Orion easily. You could drone ship land a first stage and put Orion into space and use the service propulsion system for circularization. That'll get you a Falcon 9 back. You expend the second stage, use the service module to circularize.
Someone said
Right?
use Falcon Heavy and stubby nozzle.
Oh, God, get out of here. No. Damien, no.
All
Bad.
right.
Why?
All right. On
Right?
that note, go ahead, EJ. Finish your thought.
So, yeah, I mean, okay, so chat said Orion is 26,000 kilograms. So what? That's still good enough to do a drone ship landing with Falcon 9 and put Orion into low Earth orbit. Basically, the point that I was trying to get at, with Ares 1 is that, look, even in the future, Orion's going to need a way to get into low Earth orbit to be able to get to Mars transfer vehicles. And I swear, if it gets to the point where we're planning SLSs into, getting Orion into low Earth orbit to rendezvous with a transfer vehicle that was launched by an SLS, I will blow a gasket. That's why I was getting so pissy before, dude. Yeah. I will blow a gasket.
I'm right there with you.
Smoke will come out the sides, man. Yeah. So, how about NASA step up to the plate, put out a request for information about, commercial launch vehicles. Could be Vulcan, could be New Glenn, could be Falcon 9, doing some low Earth orbit testing with Orion to make sure we get the data that we need to do these architectures, because clearly NASA putting out this request for information, they wouldn't do that, changing your mission schedule this close. We're still 2 years out by their own schedule. We're still 2 years out, but 2 years is nothing in space flight. That's nothing. True. That's nothing on a time scale. Absolutely nothing. The fact that NASA is even thinking about it, and once again, this is hearsay from an article. I'm not saying Eric is wrong. He's a very good journalist, right? The fact that if he got wind of this, that they're considering changing the architecture at this point, that could be disastrous for the entire program. Like we're talking about procuring an extra SLS here, right? How are we doing that, right? How are you going to do that with cost plus? You don't procure vehicles with cost plus. We talked about this earlier. You procure vehicles with firm fixed pricing. And right now, all the production contracts for SLS are plus. I don't think that's why I'll blow a gasket, man.
Yeah, and I guess that also ties into the other Ars Technica article that Eric essentially published this week, which was about the Boeing layoffs. They're apparently laying off hundreds, was the word used on the article, of employees from the SLS program and perhaps a few dozen from the Starliner program even. Apparently precisely because of for Artemis 2 to happen, so the core stage is essentially complete, but Artemis 3 is probably not going to happen for another 3 or 4 years. So they're going to have a slow few years. Like SLS manufacturing will not be on the long pole for those missions. And I'm being switched now from Jack, EJ, and everybody, but
I think Kevin's just trying to catch anyone that's typing.
but yeah, and so they're laying off precisely because they're thinking, oh, we're gonna have a few slow years, then we'll hire more people and try to come back to the previous levels, because they're not gonna be producing as much. But it's like, in the meantime, NASA is like, hey, let's suspend one of these core stages on this mission and forget about the one for Artemis 3 or whatever. Like, then that means they need to increase the cadence of production for, like, regardless of what the it cost plus and whatever, right? Like, regardless of the type of contracting, probably the manufacturer, the manufacturer or the contractor, whatever it's called, like the folks building that rocket need to be told, hey, make an extra one, please, because we want to build an extra mission, and like or like just don't slow down rather than slow down. And man, I don't know. Like if they are truly doing all of this, I guess at one point Boeing should know about all of this and be told, "Don't slow down, please. We want an extra core stage around." It's something that I believe our SLS expert, I guess, and that's probably an understatement. Phillips Laws is trying to dig into all of that, I believe, because obviously what Eric was talking about, it feels like there's more to it in terms of the layoffs and everything, and then these sort of report on the potential alternative for Artemis 3. We'll see. We'll see. I think at one point it was maybe EJ or Jack or Sawyer who were saying, NASA has a lot of proposals usually and a lot of plans, different plans and whatever. And then I complain that like just do one, please, and like go ahead and everything. So yeah, my take on all of this is precisely that. Just do something, please.
Yep, please, pretty please.
By the way, for those wondering, he's here. Jake is here. It's hard to see with the glare, but
nice.
He's just out of my normal camera range, so there's a picture of Jake right there.
Thanks. Thank you for that.
He's on the floor. Look at that.
Flippers79, Flip Diaz, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Where did that other one go? Here we go. Rokwa says we should have an on-screen happy birthday for chat icon and early days regular Karina Stanley. Absolutely. That's the name I see pop up all the time. Happy birthday, Karina.
Speaking of birthday, have you seen the date?
Well, where you are, it's slightly different. You're one day ahead, technically.
So it's already April 20th in UTC. You know what happened a year ago? Well, a year ago, I was probably very sleep deprived preparing for the second attempt of the first flight of a Starship. But yeah, first flight of a Starship, 1 year anniversary. Haha. Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up.
Thanks, Alex. That is, in fact, how calendars work.
Technically 366 days because there was February 29th.
Wait a minute. Alex, are the numbers? I don't know how Spain keeps the dates. Wouldn't it be like 19/4, 20?
Well, 24 for him, yeah.
Yeah, 24. Yeah.
I can send you a screenshot. Hang on.
Do you do the numbers backwards to us?
Yeah, they do it wrong.
Yeah.
So it's not.
By the way, I don't know why I found that calendar
joke
way
you do
too
it
funny.
wrong because you said things. You say things like the 20th of April, and then you write April 20th.
We don't say the 20th of April. We say April 20th, which is
we don't.
Goes
yeah,
with
we don't.
4/20.
Yeah, we don't do that.
What is that thing that you guys do in July? Like what is the thing?
All right, so thank you so
4th of
much
July.
to all of our members. Let's just nip that in the bud. Absolutely, thank you so much to all of our members for the support. Our launch directors and our flight engineers, y'all are the best. The two highest levels of support for our membership program. You get your name at the end of NSF Live, so there you are. There's your names, and thank you. Absolutely thank you, because we can't do this without y'all's support. You are the best. And I think we have
a lot of names.
I think we have a video. Do we have a video, Kevin?
The NSF membership program is one of the best ways to support the channel, starting off with the Pad Wrap members who get their name highlighted in chat. They get access to custom emoji and a 4K multi-view for major Starbase events. Red Team get additional member exclusive photos and videos on YouTube. Capcom members get access to the member Discord, where there's even more photo uploads. The launch directors get their name at the end of every NSF live show, and flight engineers get everything above at the top level of support.
So there you have it. There's the different membership levels. Thanks to Ryan for doing that video. And thanks to all three of you for making this, I think, our longest NSF Live ever. EJ, thanks for being on, man.
Oh, thanks for having me. I try to come in here and have some fun and talk some space with you guys. I don't take it lightly. I know it's a privilege to be here, so I do appreciate it. And thank you, Jack, for being here and your spectacular hosting ability.
Oh, stop. I'm terrible at this, but hey, thanks for putting up with me, everybody.
Nah, you're good.
Just don't call me an influencer.
We can still call you Bottle Nine.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Sawyer,
boy.
Thank you for being on, man.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, this was a long one, but a fun one. And how come I don't get a fun name in the corner, Kevin? But
He's
thanks,
Sawdog.
everyone.
It should say
Hosts of
Sawdog.
fun names.
And Alex. Alex, I've normally, since the format change, you've been like piping in as the ghost of Alex from like off screen. So it's nice to have you on screen, Salpe.
But it's also true that we had like 3 very big topics, so I guess the 3 hours kind of, were justified, and we had a lot of things to talk about. I guess especially me, because I always talk a lot like now. So goodbye.
Yeah, I actually have some more questions in the queue here.
There you go.
Nice.
I like the people saying pun machine, pew pew, but I will take a fun name. Thank you.
Nice. I mean, it's on brand.
Very.
Yeah, I have a couple more questions here that I think we'll hit in the after show. Normally the after show is just like us chit-chatting, but there's a couple that I do want to hit. Not trying to like paywall content or anything, but there's some good ones. And we had a really long show this week because there was a lot to talk about. But
oh wait, no.
But
yeah, it was good.
I think it was warranted. It was warranted. Although now I'm like, we should have spent this much time on all the previous weeks because we always have a lot to talk about. Just this week was a really good one. We're all feeling spicy. Thank you to Kevin.
Jalapeno poppers.
Yeah, right. Thanks to Kevin for operating today's show. I regret that this is a thing that we do. Can I just say that out loud? Aw.
Hey, that's how I feel about you, chat.
Aw.
That's how I feel about chat.
Warm, fuzzy feelings.
Are we changing like the people and everything?
Yeah, that's how I feel about you, Chad. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know what that means.
Alex being Alex.
Oh, look at that.
The shades.
Heck yeah.
That's a smooth gif. All the glasses going on.
I forgot. It's been we've been on so long. I forgot about the whole glasses thing. Nice.
Wait, hang on. There's 3 or 4.
Yeah. That's
you
my
didn't get me
Moon 2
going for the
typers.
glasses.
Moon 2 typers.
Hiding EJ. Nice.
Crouching EJ, hidden SLS.
Or sorry,
I have
VAB.
a hat there.
You have a nice.
There we go.
Hey.
Okay. All 4 of us. We got him.
Excellent. Had to wait so long for those. There
it is.
Oh,
the wait makes it even funnier.
Fireworks, man.
I'm not sure what got you there, but you got clearly.
Yeah. Somebody said something funny. I think that was when Sawyer zinged you.
Well, Sawyer always sings me.
No. Professor Alex.
Alex doing his best Vanna White.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
EJ was right.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gifts this week.
I love it. Well, it's a 4-hour show. There's gonna be a lot.
Oh my god, I'm so hungry.
You know,
What? We're not
we've
even
gone
talking
from
about
Eric
food.
Burger, so you can have a burger anyway.
Yes.
So we
also,
did
shout
talk
out to
about
Kevin,
burgers.
who continually has been changing who's in which corner of the screen every single time.
He's having fun. I think Kevin might be losing it as much as we are.
We've missed the one.
The dish. We didn't do the dish this week.
The Dish.
The dish.
The dish.
Yeah, it's a movie. It's called The Dish. It's about a dish.
Alrighty.
Tim
Well,
Crane's a legend.
thank you all for watching NSF Live this week. Maybe a new name coming soon. But yeah, let's go have some post-show fun time in the member Discord.
And here we go.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
pressure looks good.
Following up.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Echo down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Say again, FD off. It's orange!
145! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What do you think?
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go. Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
If the methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Yeah, I mean that should be in the post show, should it not? I think it should.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, car
What
chase.
should?
Come on.
Oh,
this-
there's
Yes,
another
we have a car
going on?
chase.
Kevin, I'm
What?
good to close vmix, right? And we'll just be Discord from here on. Kevin?
I'm only here
Well,
for
I
like
just
9 minutes though before I have to go to work. I was like 4 p.m. Central. Cool, I get to hang out for the post show for a little bit, and then it's like becomes a full-on WAN show at 4 hours. Like,
I love.
Yeah,
I
I'm
love
not
the
expecting this to be
fact.
4 hours.
I love the fact that we said, oh, let's move from 7 p.m. to 5 p.m. and we're still ending at the same time.
Yeah, I feel
But
like
yeah.
there's part like we should have defined an end time for you guys as well. Like I feel like
Yeah.
there's a bit
Look
of
at
a
that.
miscommunication there.
Car chase.
Yeah, I think we need to have a cutoff.
And
I can't
Adrian.
get things tighter. There was just a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm fine with our normal like 2 hours, but yeah, because then you also add in the post show, which I love doing. But when we're hungry.
Yeah, I'm hungry and I don't have anything to eat right now. I mean, I
I have
can,
burgers
but
ready
I
to
have.
defrost and cook.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's the
Jack, do
thing
you
that I
like
have to
long?
cook.
Jack, do you like long Starbase updates?
Oh god.
Oh no.
I'm maybe just halfway through and then already at 10 minutes of script
I'm
time.
gonna go down.
Oh god.
there's a lot to talk about this week. Like, there actually is.
Oh god. But it was definitely long. I mean,
Bro,
Christmas
I
show
have
better.
I have Space News segments on my
There will
stream
be
sometimes
times where
that go
you
like
know the show will be
Oh, stuck
even
in traffic.
under 2
Oh,
hours.
stuck. That's the worst.
Meanwhile,
Boxed in,
they're
what's he
talking
gonna
about
do?
the car chase, of course.
They're boxed in.
What's-
They're solid
I can go down here. There we go.
Where's the
Hey.
cop car even? That looks like a regular car behind it.
He's like camouflaging in now.
Minus the giant damage to the front, yeah.
Ignore that.
Ignore that.
Hey, there's 33 people watching a post show.
Yeah.
Where we watch a car chase.
Twitch streams.
We didn't time this, by the way. This is not proper.
I think they will all enjoy the content that we are giving out here. Just the reactions to the car chase is probably.
This is, by the way, a thing. I mean,
all
if we never
wish-
mentioned that, this is a thing.
We all wish this car was NASA running away from the budget hold. I don't know. I tried.
We wish this was SLS, actually going somewhere and going fast.
Oh my god.
Oh yes. Wait, I can't look at the chat while the Discord window is popped up?
No, you
Yeah, it's annoying.
can't. It,
Yeah.
Guys, I'd like to remind everybody that this is still on the Twitch stream. The Twitch stream's still live. Hi, chat.
Hi, Twitch.
Hi, Twitch.
Hi, EJ
Twitch.
Hi, Twitch. Twitchy, twitchy, Twitch.
Actually,
Um,
don't do that.
Can,
Don't do that.
Next time, EJ, if I don't mention that the post show is on Twitch, remind me or just butt in and say it, because that's another reason for
okay.
people to go to your Twitch, and it's a way people can get the post show without having to be a member. I don't know.
Yeah.
There, EJ. Hi.
There what? Oh. Oh, hey, Skull Shot, 2-month resub. Thank you.
The one question that I wanted to hit that we didn't in the show was, how far away is the tank farm, and how tall is Super Heavy? Super Heavy is 233-ish feet tall, and the tank farm is 240 feet.
Oh my God! 2 more.
No, it's the same.
It's the same one? Oh, that's a
See,
lot.
the problem is now the car chase is underway, so you're not gonna get any of those answers.
Yeah, absolutely. We've actually had that happen before,
Uh,
where
What they need to do is they need to head downtown and jump into a parking garage.
and the reason I knew he was because
Wait. This is happening in Los Angeles? How are you not on the road following them? Jack?
Adams and Normandy. That's
Get a pack and go out there to shoot this.
Run, Jack,
My
run.
pack is in Boca Chica right now. My pack's in, and I'm going to be in Boca
Then
Chica.
buy one. I don't know, like whatever.
Speaking
Don't
of,
miss the flight, Jack.
Take your phone and do it. Let's
speaking
put it
of,
out.
Speaking of me being in Boca tomorrow, Adrian, I get in at like noon, and then I will immediately go to the launch site to record. So what I'm saying is maybe not a 20-minute episode if you can avoid it, but like don't leave anything important out.
Too late.
Well, you can work. If he's writing it now, you can work on the script in the plane and everything.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is.
You can even rehearse it, like I don't know, like try
No,
to.
Go up
what
to the
is
front of
that
the plane,
mean?
take
Is
the
that
flight
me? Is that
attendant
what I
call
do?
thing.
Is that what you think I do, Alex?
I know you don't rehearse your scripting and your recording and everything. I think all editors kind of know that, but
I mean, I
you
kind
know
of
what I mean.
do. I kind of do when I'm rewriting.
So
the
your
script.
laughs because he knows too well.
Well, you know.
Did Alex have caffeine?
Also the profanity that has to be cut around.
Well, that's not. Nobody needs to know about that.
Too late.
Mr. Sailor Man over here, jeez.
Is
no,
there
I
anyone
do-
actually pursuing this guy?
Pursuing,
At all?
huh? That's a word.
Yeah.
Shooting.
I mean, the
What?
chopper.
But yeah, I do kind of rehearse a little bit when I'm. What are those people doing? Get out of there!
Unless he was just, it was his buddies or something. They saw him on the news.
Right.
Like a
It's
NASCAR
like
pit
marathon
stop,
running.
have gas and everything.
I love the four cameras watching a pursuit here. This is engaging.
Well, 3 out of 4.
See, the
one
funny thing is, if I look at the
disconnected.
car chase here on my screen, it's actually like me. Like you can see here on the video, like it's me watching it. Look at that! Look at that!
Oh yeah, you're looking.
Come
in the
on!
right
Come on!
direction.
Run! Run!
Actually, so
Run!
am
Run!
I.
Run! Yeah, you too.
All right. Guys, I'm gonna dump out of the post show. I can't. If this guy gets out of the car and gets shot or something, Twitch will get very mad at me. So I'm gonna pop off.
Ooh, look at that!
Fair enough.
Bye, EJ.
See you guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Wait, what?
Test. Hey, there it is. All right, cool. Okay. So, you getting mixed messages? Still low? Okay, hold on. How's that? That should be better. Did they keep streaming in the Discord or something? Yeah, that's what you saw. We usually hang out a little bit more for the members show, but yeah, streaming police chases is not smart. Yeah, that's not a good idea. Man, I didn't think that was going to go that long. You seemed uncomfortable. We tried some new things during that, and some of them I wasn't. Yeah, yeah, it's stuff I'll talk to them about, you know, when I get back next week. Is NASA going to pay for that guy's roof? Yeah, I hope so. Spinning up YouTube's again or leaving it for the night? Time is it? It's 9 o'clock. It's basically the same end time. Yeah, we slated it 2 hours before. It ended up going the whole freaking thing, dude. How late does your flight leave? It leaves during the middle of the day, but I still have lots of stuff to do. Please don't show us food. I'm in recovery. Not showing any food. We're not doing racing tonight. I didn't say any racing. I'm probably just gonna play Fallout. And we'll go from there. Yeah, I'll go to bed early, and then yeah, you end up lying in bed for, you know, I'll go to bed 2 hours early, lie in bed for 2 hours, fall asleep at the same time. All right. Let's yeah, I'll load up Fallout and we'll play some Fallout. Yeah, we did some changes to that, and yeah, some of them were good, but yeah, some of them made it harder to like, some of it made it harder to have a discussion. You know what I mean? Yeah, so it ended up just being like me talking, and then Jack going, yeah, that's good. And then somebody else talking, and then Jack going, yeah, that's good. I wasn't particularly a fan of that. I like the discourse that we usually have over the last couple of weeks. But yeah, I mean, it's still a good show. I still had fun, but yeah, it's just, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Nader. It was too tight. That was too tight for what I think NSF is trying to do. Like, don't get me wrong, you want to have a tight broadcast, you want to make it, you know, like a professional webcast. I have no problem with doing that, but I think that strayed way too close to NSF's regular content. The whole point of this cast is to not do that, you know. Don't get me wrong, I'll tell them about it. Like, it's not a big deal, but yeah, like they're toying with things, and yeah, they're toying with the format, stuff like that. But the good thing is that we have say in it. I have a big say in the format, so yeah, we'll let them know. And I kind of the whole like post-show thing is to like discuss, like, you know, the format and whatnot, but everybody's watching police chases. Dude, I was trying to leave for like 15 minutes. I couldn't say anything. I'm like, okay, somebody else is gonna talk. But yeah, no, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus or anything. It's just, yeah, I was trying to leave. I couldn't leave. I'm like, I just want to say bye.